Good morning, Copers. Good morning, guys. How are you doing? It is Thursday, September 25th. Big show for you. Big show. Massive show. I was thinking about the JF thing that we covered on Tuesday. If you weren't here briefly, JF had a new girlfriend for about the last 2 years who he was really hyped about. Christian girl, said she was the most loyal ever. Apparently, she tried to steal his Bitcoin.
$3.07 nice shooter, taking out the trash. JK.
Yes.
Fun with geography. Grow I percent $3 high
God.
LP. This state is known as the natural state. It got its name from its abundance of natural beauty, mountains, rivers, lakes, hot springs and caves. This state shares borders with Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, and Oklahoma.
Oh.
The Orthodox are sent $3 hey LP. Just want you to know I love ya, big guy. I'm sorry Orthotards were harassing you the other day. I disavow. Heart suit emoji. Orthodox cross emoji.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know. I wasn't talking about you when I was complaining about the Orthodox people, but I saw people saying to ban you or whatever. All good, man. I would never ban one of my prolific super chatters. I would never do that unless you did something really egregious. I'm gonna say Arkansas. Could it be Arkansas? I never would have got that. I don't know why I wanted to say Arizona, but I was thinking that until he said borders Texas, and pretty sure Arizona doesn't border Texas. Dude, don't do that to me. Don't do me like that first thing in the morning. Arkansas, final answer. I asked the audience. I did ask the audience like that show. What up? Okay, so anyway, I didn't really have a take on this on Tuesday, the JF thing, because it was like dropped on me. That was my first time hearing about it, and I didn't really have time to think about it. I had a little more time to marinate on it since then, and I do have something I want to say about it because, well, Titan said something. He said that, you know, if JF were a Christian, then he would have recognized that his girlfriend was not a real Christian, and he would have found a real good Christian girl and everything would have been fine. And I don't agree with that. What's this? We got a kick troll.
Fun with geography. Grow I percent $3. Great job. Tune in tomorrow for the next question.
Thank you. Thank you, audience. I never would have got that, frankly. Arkansas, it's not one of the states that ever comes to mind for anything. Sounds like a nice place, though. The natural state sounds like a nice place. Okay, so, I don't think the way JF talked about her being so great, I don't think it really makes sense to assume that she was actually like always bad. Probably she's a good person, but flawed like all of us who went into this situation. And I don't know, man. I think maybe we should consider the possibility that living with JF has its own set of challenges.
I'm pretty sure that JF's girlfriend was AI and that a hacker tried to steal his money, not a real woman.
That's funny. Yeah. You got catfished by a hacker. They, like, shortly after getting together, JF took her and left Quebec and moved to like Alberta, I guess. So probably they didn't have any family out there. A lot of what I'm going to say here is speculation, and it's not about like shitting on JF or anything, but it's trying to understand, because having a successful marriage, this is like one of the most important things in life. This is when I like to talk about this,
Has Dad
because
sent $3? Do you feel more ties to me or fellow Americans, or do you feel more kinship with JFG because he is Canadian? Asking since you are dual citizen.
I don't feel any loyalty to Canada whatsoever, and I renounced my loyalty when I took my citizenship pledge to America. And that's genuine. I'm not just saying that. Fuck Canada, honestly. Fuck that place. America all the way. I'm like that the meme of the immigrant who's more patriotic than the people born here. Not really, but kind of. Not you guys, but the plebs, the ungrateful plebs. So it's like an actionable thing you can apply to your life. What can you do to have a successful relationship, a successful marriage, and a healthy family life? And starting by choosing a Christian woman, that's like number one on the list that I would recommend. I would highly recommend you find a Christian woman to wife up. But what else beyond that? That alone doesn't guarantee success, obviously. Nothing guarantees success, but what else can you do to maximize your chances of success? Look, I don't know much about JF's whole life and situation, but looking at my own life, I can tell you when Allison came to live with me in Canada and it was just the two of us up there, if we had stayed that way, we probably wouldn't still be married. It's possible because we do love each other, but it was not a very good situation. And when we came down here, we still had problems, but we were able to work through the problems, and partly with a lot of help from her parents, who are like really good people. Her parents are like the saintly. They're similar to like the way people talk about Charlie Kirk. When you're around really good people, like genuinely good people, it makes you want to be a better person, right? And so we have like a tribe here. It's a family tribe. It's basically just family and people who are married into the family, like me. But we have, and it's a small tribe. It's about 8 or 9 adults and a few kids. But those people are around all the time. They come on like almost all the holidays for big family meals and birthdays and that. We get together, everybody like at least once a month, and usually more than that. A lot of those people we'll see once a week, if not more. And that's 7 people or 7 or 8 adults is not like a lot of people, but it's a lot more than two. That is the point, right? It's a clan. Yeah, okay, call it a clan since it's a family thing. Sure, same thing. Um, it's a lot more than two. So, JF takes his girlfriend to Alberta. They're there, probably
Area
isolated.
sent $3. You heard it, boys. Find a Christian AI girlfriend if you're going to pretend to have a girlfriend.
I don't think she was AI, but that is funny for the record. So, and what happens is when you're isolated and it's just you, or it's just you and your partner, and imagine it's hard, right? Imagine, let's say for the sake of argument that living with JF is hard. I know, crazy, right? You do look, man. It's the whole 109 thing, that meme. It's like if you get kicked out of 109 relationships, at a certain point you might have to consider that the problem isn't modern women. Oh, women used to be cool, but now they're all sluts with no loyalty. I get that. I get that mentality when you step back and you look at broad strokes, broad generalizations of the population, sure. But lots of people have successful marriages. So that's a pill you also have to swallow and factor into your calculation, right? it's not working for you over and over and over again, and it's working for other people at a certain point. Yes, it's luck to a degree, but also what can you do? JF is a hyper autist. He did an analysis of the shooter that I watched a little bit of, the Charlie Kirk shooter, Tyler Robinson. And what he was saying was that this kid was like a hyper autist who didn't want to socialize, but his mom was like an overbearing normie who tried to like push him into the world and make him social. And JF was talking about how when you're an autist, you hate socializing, you don't like talking to normies and listening to their retarded concerns that have zero interest to you, and you don't want to pretend to care about the stupid shit they care about. Right? JF was talking about this like literally earlier this week. So you have a guy like that. That's a guy who's totally happy to be isolated. He doesn't want a social life. He doesn't want to have family dinners with a bunch of people. He just wants his woman who he gets sex with and has that for companionship and a partner to like raise the kids with. And that's all he needs. But a lot of women need more than that. You can't always just expect, if that's you, you can't necessarily expect to impose that on a woman and for her to be happy with it. You know what I mean? Me and Allison aren't particularly social people. We are both naturally sort of introverted. But like when people come over who are slightly outside the clan, like if it's like her uncles who we don't, her aunt and uncle who we don't see a lot of, come over to like have lunch or whatever, or to just socialize for an hour and eat finger foods. Like I'm 100% expected to be there. You know what I mean? Because I'm saying this because JF would probably say, well, look, she was free to come and go as she pleased. She was free to go make friends. And the point I'm making is women actually want their partner to do that with them. They want that to be a team activity, talking to people. And really, the best thing is to have family. So when people say tribe up, your goal should be building a clan or a community that is in real life, that is people that you're sitting around the dinner table with. Hold on, let me ban this kick dude. And when you have that, it creates more of a sort of sense of duty, a sense of shame, right? Like if JF's girlfriend tried to steal his Bitcoin, the only person who would really judge her is JF, because none of us know her. Nobody else knows her, anything about her. But if there was a bunch of people, not a lot, but just a handful of other people that they were regularly friends with and having dinner with, family, and that would be like an extra layer of sort of social like shame that she would face if she did something harmful in the relationship. Does that make sense? It's the social fabric. To have a social fabric that bonds people together requires more than two people. Two people is just like a relationship. It's not a social fabric. It's not a community. It's not a clan. It's not a tribe. So I understand. I am very, very lucky with the situation that I find myself in. I thank God for this every day. I just kind of lucked into it. I literally just fell into it. Luckily, this woman came and plucked me out of the ether and brought me into her life that is like this, and it's amazing. Not everybody is going to be so lucky, but you should start thinking about what can you do to head in this way. I've said this before, but like as a man, your goal should be family compound. You should be trying to make so much money that you can own land that can have like multiple houses on it that your family can live on. This should be like everybody's goal, in my opinion. It's a big goal.
As men we enabled hook up culture and the ruining of women by chasing pleasure in our teens and tsuchis.
Yes.
We are supposed to lead and shape culture, and that's what we produced instead of nuclear family.
Yes, exactly right. And I'm as guilty as anybody. Lord knows I ruined lots of young women. Well, ruined is a strong word, but you know what I mean. Contributed to their ruination. um, I know that's a lofty goal and most people aren't going to reach it. I'm probably not going to reach it, but it's like if I get rich, that's like number one thing that I'm trying to do. I'm probably not going to get rich, but that's the goal. That's exactly where your head should be
Ariel
at in terms
Ubermensch
of
sent $3. I'm sorry about the comment regarding dinner last week. It was inappropriate. I
oh.
was hoping to get her to encourage you to advertise my burial insurance company called YOLOburial.com.
I'm assuming you're just joking, but I wasn't actually offended at all. I thought it was funny. And also you said $100. So no hard feelings. No hard feelings. Not everybody's going to be lucky enough to have that kind of family that you even want to do that with. Like maybe your parents suck or you don't have a good relation. By the way, I was thinking about this too though, and it's like I was thinking about how, like, in TV, that's such a common trope.
Head's Dad sent $3. I'm glad your marriage is good, but TBH, if a guy your age tried to get with my 18-year-old daughter, I would kick his ass. How would you feel in that situation?
I'd kick your ass. I would just beat you up instead. So I'd feel my fists would hurt a little bit, probably.
Living with someone outside of marriage is never a good foundation for a relationship.
Also true, like getting married, if you're serious about having a marriage, which like JF called her his wife in his video. If you're serious about having a marriage, get married, get Christian married, you know? I mean, hard to do if you're not a Christian, but it's not really a real marriage otherwise, honestly. My humble opinion.
Mr. Bing Bong sent $3 after an intense cleaning session and tens of hours speaking with detectives and being dropped off in the woods. JF's new ex is finally free.
Yes. Anyway, I think what you could do, what I would recommend, if you're a young-ish person, which I would like, if you're in your 30s, I would still include that. If you're like under 40.
Head's Dad sent $3. Lol 9 meant how would you feel if a gut who was 30 tried to get with your 18-year-old daughter?
Oh, I mean, it would depend, you know. Is this guy an upstanding, responsible Christian racist like me? I don't really see the issue. Also, she was 20. She wasn't 18. She was 20. Okay, I was 38. She was 20. Oh, man. About to celebrate our 6th wedding anniversary in December. The age thing wouldn't bother me that much. I left out white because it goes without saying, but is he an upstanding, white, responsible, racist Christian man? Then you know, does he have the right intentions? You know, I met Allison's dad before we got married and had the talk about having the right intentions and all that. They're very cool people. So, you know, I would meet the guy, I would feel him out and go from there. What was I? Oh yeah. So what I was going to say is I was kind of standoffish about Arvel's whole return to the land thing. But having given this some more thought over the last couple days, I think something like that is actually a really good option to think about. If you're not fortunate enough, like Allison, to have a tight-knit family where people really care about each other and see each other almost every day and help each other out with everything. If you're not lucky enough to have that, I think you should seriously consider looking at something like the intentional community return to the land style thing to get involved with. And I wonder if JF and his girlfriend had gone and lived in a place like that instead of just going off into isolation in Alberta, maybe they would have had a much better chance at having the relationship survive. It seems plausible to me. So that's my thoughts on that. One of those families that runs a small town, sure. It doesn't have to be houses on some acreage somewhere or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be land that you own and you all are literally next door neighbors, but proximity is really the key thing here. So the more proximity, the better, basically. If you live across town, but you're seeing each other every day or every other day, that's cool. Like, some of our clan live in town 15 minutes away, but we still, every holiday, every birthday, every that kind of thing, we still see those people. That's sort of, I think, what you should be shooting for. So anyway, moving on to the news here. What do we got? Lots of things here. Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones made new YouTube channels in response to this proclamation from Jim Jordan or whoever it was, and YouTube, that they were going to start letting people back who had been banned for political speech. Those accounts have already been banned.
The Orthodox are sent $3 in Holy Orthodoxy. You have to get girl's father's blessing to be married. If you don't have it, you can't get married. And you have to be Christian. You can't marry non-Christians. Just a little trivia for the most prot audience.
Yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't recommend not doing either of those things. So it makes sense. It's good. It's good, solid things to do. Okay, so they made channels. They got banned, which as soon as I saw they made channels, I knew they were going to get banned. It's like the most obvious thing. People didn't read the fine print. But we covered this on Tuesday, and they said if you were banned for COVID misinformation or election denial, or integrity, whatever they call it, you would be provided with a path back, which even that doesn't mean feel free to go make a new channel. It means, like, stay tuned. We're working out a system to help people like that get back. But Nick and Alex Jones weren't people like that. Everybody we like who's been banned was not really like that. It was like people like I think like Dan Bongino maybe got banned for election integrity. There was some big channels that got hit, but it's not like alt-right people, really. Alt-right people got banned for talking about real issues, basically. Real political issues. So I honestly, a lot of the discourse around this has been frustrating for me to watch, because it's just seeing a bunch of people who don't know how to read, basically. I could have explained this to you very clearly, but everybody's acting like everybody's grandstanding on Twitter right now, being like, YouTube are hypocrites. They said they were going to do free speech now, but they banned Nick Fuentes. And it's like, actually, you don't know how to read. You just don't know how to read, actually. But don't get me wrong, I'm not calling Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones stupid. If it were me banned, I would maybe decide to test the waters too.
I saw a return to the land is opening up somewhere in Idaho. Might be a good plan if you all end up moving to Idaho. That would be a good option. That or Coeur d'Alene with the backlash, folks.
Yeah,
missing face emoji.
Somebody else said that, and I think they said it's going to be in Coeur d'Alene, but I don't know, because we're probably moving with her parents, and probably I don't really know what the situation with that place is. I could look into it, and I probably should next year when we get more serious about moving, but I kind of get the impression that we would be buying a nicer house, to put it bluntly, than the ones they have there. Sorry, we have it really good. Sorry. But It would be, and I don't know if her parents would think that was weird. You know what I mean? But I would really like to go at some point, check out one of these places, maybe do some content, just do some interviews, get some footage. I don't know how down they are with that kind of thing, but would be cool to do. Anyway, YouTube, they put out a statement too, which I didn't have because I just saw this morning before I. Here it is. We've seen some previously terminated creators try to start new channels. To clarify, our pilot program on terminations is not yet open. It's still against our community guidelines for previously terminated users to use.
Mr. Bing Bong sent $3. Welcome to return to the land. Here's your new home right next to Hitler Raper August 9000.
Well, that was my concern. That was kind of, I was like, I don't know, man. You don't want to go into a situation like this blind because it could be weird. But a lot of my concerns was alleviated just by the footage that they did show, where they went around and showed a bit of the community and talked to the people, a few of the people, and I was like, oh, they're normal. Okay. They seem normal. They seem nice. Yeah, we plan to leave Washington next year after Allison's mom retires. The main reason they want to leave is just the property taxes. They said the property taxes, I guess, are very bad. We'll terminate new channels from previously terminated users in accordance with these guidelines. We'll have more to share. I mean, the good thing is, despite people being kind of stupid about this, you're directly defying a government order, says Baked Alaska. I don't know about that. I don't think that's quite exactly a precise analysis of the situation. But despite the discourse being kind of stupid, I think it's nice that there's so much pressure getting put on YouTube. And I would really love to see them do more of a blanket amnesty, more of a second chance for all of these people come back. I'm sure some of them would end up getting banned. Like if Nick were to come back, I think he would have to do it with the old like monologue, and then we end the monologue on YouTube and do, you know what I mean? Because the way Nick talks is just dangerous for that. I'm amazed I get away with what I do here, honestly. Whenever I think of like Keith Woods getting banned, I'm a little nervous. It's like all it takes is like one of those companies like Mediate, or what are they, like the ADL, like all it takes is one of these groups to write a hit piece on you and then send it through their back channels on YouTube, and then you're just gone. So that's scary. But you know, I like to think they listen to me, and then they're just like overtaken with my charisma, and they're like, I can't hate this guy. I can't hate this guy. I can't fuck up his life. I can't ruin his life. He's too cool. Anyway. Yeah, that would be really cool if they just let everybody have a chance. I mean, maybe not like people who broke the law, obviously, like not people who were doing like child endangerment, posting weird videos of kids and whatever. Don't let them back. But everybody else, everybody who didn't like break the law or do something really fucked up. Man, imagine if we got like who was that girl who sang happy birthday to Hitler with the cupcakes? What was it? Like Evalion or something? What was her? Imagine if like she came back and started making videos. Murdoch gets their channel back. They start making videos. What was her name? What was it? Does anybody, somebody's got to know who I'm talking about. I can't remember. It was something weird like that. Evalion band. I could have sworn there was. Yeah, it is Evalion. This girl. I wonder what she's up to these days. You ever wonder what the old e-girls who disappeared are up to? Whatever happened to Lauren Rose? Do you guys remember Lauren Rose? Is that her name? That ain't her. What is her name? It's Lauren Rose, right? Anyway, hopefully just happily married and having lots of white babies. Valiant got married. She's got at least 3 kids with a bulldog hating Chad. Well, I love happy endings. You love to hear it. Can you unban me? Who are you? Who are you? Why don't you send your name in a super chat? Why don't you send me your name in a power chat? And then I'll get right on it.
Ted sent $3 unironically. I hope they give Mr. Girl his channel back. I'd disagreed with him, but he was unique. Ask Vosh what color would her panties be. Lol.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, Mr. Girl for sure, man. A lot of these people, they really should have their channel back. Mr. Girl, honestly, he didn't deserve to get banned. He's a fucking freak, but he didn't really break the rules, honestly. I don't think. I gotta get Mr. Girl on the progress report. I'd have to invite some other liberal too, so he doesn't feel like it's a 2v1. Who would be a good third for me and Mr. Girl? Who would I get? Somebody like Kidology or somebody like that. I'll have to think about it. Hassan Piker kvetches about Nick Fuentes being on Patrick David Bet.
Isn't that fucking nuts that like these guys so quickly were like, actually this neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, like as long as he like lowers the temperature on like his overt anti-Semitism, he's good by us.
Do you think has been a bigger net positive to America?
Like he's on fucking Patrick Bet David. He's everywhere now. Immediately, everyone was like, actually, this is great. Like the word Nazi has no fucking power anymore. And I know people will say, oh, it's because you called everything Nazi. This guy is a fucking straight up Holocaust denying neo-Nazi, right? Like he's just straight up.
He's trying to make it sound like the only reason Nick's on the podcast is because he said Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But Nick's generational run, as they call it, started way before that. He did Dinesh D'Souza and Candace Owens, all of that before Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's like the most unacceptable position you can have in American politics.
Interesting. Questioning a historical event from 80 years ago is the most unacceptable position you can have in American politics.
Obviously, white supremacy doesn't get the same level of play. But now that Israel has basically depleted all of its cultural cachet by actively, all of these advocacy groups have depleted all of their legitimacy by constantly defending Israel. This is not even a point of contention anymore. It's no longer an issue. It's actually a positive. Being anti-Semitic is seen as like as being an earnest, an honest, good faith actor.
There's some truth to that. There is it. Not just that it is true, but also that it's like the sort of political climate is shifting more and more in that direction, where this thing that used to be incredibly stigmatized is almost expected now in a lot of cases.
A guy who says things that are too hard for people to fucking comprehend. But of course, once again, guys who are engaging or trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies who claim that they're anti-Israel seemingly don't have all that much issue with Israel when push comes to shove. You can't trust fascists ever, okay? It's that simple. Therefore, this actually benefits. Like, the ADL is not going to fucking be like, I can't believe Patrick Bet David is talking to Nicholas Fuentes, who is an objective Nazi who has denied the fucking Holocaust. Because
they did write about it on, I think it was Mediate. I saw Nick tweet this at somebody who was somebody else was saying the same thing, like, oh, weird how no one has, and Nick like tweeted the screenshot. I was like, hey, idiot, hey, retard, look at this. Patrick David Bet. Pro-Trump podcaster gives Nick Fuentes a softball interview, asks if Jews or Muslims concern him more. What was the that's not the one I saw. Maybe it wasn't Mediate. I get these things confused. Nick's almost at a milli. Media Matters. That's more. I think Media Matters are the same ones who got Keith Woods banned from YouTube too. Patrick David Bet airs a friendly interview with white nationalist Nick Fuentes.
Because they're making this calculation. Gelmek üzere daha doğrusu ya da gelmediyse.
What
şu anda geldi, dur.
What the fuck? What? What?
Şu anda geldi. 3. Sağ ol.
Was he talking to his mom? What just happened?
Isn't that fucking nuts? That
did the ADL say anything? That would be funny if they did. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, yeah, this is the kind of stuff that you are going to get unbanned on YouTube. It's Let's Go Brandon by Bryson Gray video got unbanned. Oh, you wanted real political analysis and racialism? You wanted real talking about real racial issues in America? Sorry, best I can do is MAGA slop. Let's Go Brandon, which was taken down for medical misinformation because of a rap lyric about the vaccine. This is what you're getting back. Everybody on your X feed is talking about the Jews. How is that good for anybody? It's all a species of mental illness.
It takes a certain kind of mindset to see that as an attack on Jews. So the two groups that immediately assumed I was attacking Jews were anti-Semites and Zionists. Both of them reached the same conclusion, like instantly, oh, he's talking about the Jews. And it just points up a deep truth that we should remember, which is that anti-Semites and Zionists see the world through the same lens. Both of them think everything is about Jews, for different reasons. And that's just not my worldview. I don't think everything's about Jews. Like, I have whole periods of my day where I don't brood about Jews. I mean, it's so crazy. And it's actually the definition of craziness. You like see things that aren't there. If I was trying to make a point about Israel, I would just say it. Why wouldn't I? That's the last thing I intended to do. And I think it's very bad for your soul to become obsessed, either because of hate or because of ethno-narcissism. I mean, both are kind of the same thing. They're twins.
So is this him responding to like the allegations that he was saying, he was intimating that Israel killed Charlie Kirk? Because I think it is, because he just said, if I was trying to make a point about Israel, I would have just said it. Just like, there's this kind of, there's this thing happening with these people like Candace Owens and who's that guy? Ian Carroll. They do a lot of intimating. They do a lot of like, oh, look at this. And it's like something that strongly suggests that like Israel would have a reason to kill Charlie Kirk and like benefit from it. But then they never say that that's what happened. And then if you accuse them of doing that, they're like, I never said that. If I thought that, I would say it.
With an ethnic group, it's crazy. Like, I think they're both really sick and need to pull back from that.
I think that's true, Proud Luigi. It does imply that there are some periods of your day where you are brooding about Jews.
Yes, and you do see it a lot online where everybody on your X feed is talking about the Jews. How is that good? It's not good for the Jews. It's not good for anybody else. It's all kind of a species of mental illness. And because it doesn't reflect reality, like in real life, you know, I have a million interests and concerns. In fact, almost all of them that have nothing to do with Jews or Israel, or like it's just not an obsession for me at all. But it is an obsession for Zionists in a very unhealthy way, and an obsession for anti-Semites and also in an unhealthy way. So and they feed off each other. They're symbiotic, you know, and one kind of helps create the other and needs the other. It's very bad. It's sick, and it's bad, again, bad for the people who engage in it and bad for this country. So I hope we can get off that topic, treat Israel like we just treat a country with overlapping interests and diverging interests. It's, you know, it shouldn't be that different in our mind from Malaysia where you just were. You know, a lot of things I like about it, some things I disagree with, that's okay. You know, but it's not that. It's something really bad, I would say.
To me,
Yeah, Israel is something really bad, unlike Malaysia. I agree. There is Israel is not like a normal country.
It takes a
really.
certain kind of mindset.
They're not the only abnormal country. They're not the only country that deserves special consideration and extra layers of caution and scrutiny. But they are one of a handful of countries that you really should be worried about. That's just what the evidence tells us. That's what reality tells us. Okay, ICE shooting in Texas. A young man, Joshua Jan, went to kill ICE Gestapos. I was on the treadmill yesterday at the gym, seeing the news on the CNN, and it said he killed 2 detainees.
Wandering Neanderthals and $10. I think it's part of their game. They purposefully dog whistle about the Jews, then switch up and mock and gaslight you for responding to it.
Right.
Social shaming and all that.
Yeah, and it gets a lot of engagement. It gets when you feed the conspiracy theories thing, you get, and there's this crazy tweet and video about Erica Kirk we're gonna look at. I haven't watched it yet, but I mentioned this on Tuesday that people were starting to turn Erica Kirk into like a demon, and now there's this whole video. We're gonna look at that, but it's like I said right after Charlie Kirk got shot, I said the conspiracy thing is getting whipped up into a fevered pitch that is reminiscent of the QAnon thing, especially right after the 2020 election, the QAnon thing went crazy, and the Charlie Kirk thing has created a similar sort of a frenzy on X, where now you have people saying that Erica Kirk is like a human trafficking Israeli Mossad handler.
$3/the_Donald voice. Look at this based black guy. Squeak you squeaks.
I don't even, how is that even relevant to anything that we're talking about? But yes, thank you, the Orthodoxer. Democrats are the real racists. No, you idiot, we are. Oh man, Murdoch. YouTube needs to, if there's one channel YouTube needs to unban, it's Murdoch, and they need to come back and make new content. Can you imagine? We need you now more than ever. John comes from a liberal biracial family in Fairview, Texas. See, I love that he put that in there. But also, this is like the kind of thing that baits a lot of engagement too, because you're guaranteed to get like 800 comments from people that are like, why did you say biracial? What does that have to do? I haven't looked at really the replies and the quotes, but I guarantee you there's going to be some degree of, why did you say biracial? He knows what he's doing. Andy knows what he's doing. Andy knows what he's doing. He had anti-ice. It's funny because they said anti-ice messaging on the casings, and I thought, oh, and then they showed the casing, and it literally says anti-ice, literally. And also looking at this, This once again confirms my sort of what I said about which is like, how are you writing messages? This guy barely was able to get anti-ice written on the casing. How are you writing messages like Bella, Bella, Chow, Chow, Bella, hey, fascist, catch? How are you writing, ooh, what's this? You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it would be hard to do that. Anyway, he killed 2 detainees. His mom is a crazy liberal, crazy anti-Trump liberal on Facebook. His sister is dating a transgender man. And his sister also has many mugshots for drug-related offenses and assault. So this is a trans dude. So his sister is in a lesbian relationship with a woman who pretends to be a man, just so we're all clear. Here's his sister's mugshots. So that's so I mean, look, man, a lot of violent left-wing terror attacks these days. This is life now. Stay safe out there, get strapped, because this just seems to keep happening. Former FBI agent Christopher O'Leary is on MSNBC telling Trump to bend the knee and stop the deportations, or the attacks will continue and escalate. Damn.
Brew of things that are happening in our society now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second, but I want to focus in on this particular facility, Rosa, with you. The messages on the bullet say anti-ICE, but the people who have died were detainees. 2 detainees, a 3rd detainee is injured. Who is at that ICE facility? What is it like in that area of Texas?
You know, I just talked to a woman who works across the street practically, and if we can show the map, I can take you through it, because I think this is important in understanding exactly what we're looking at and what was happening at the time. If we take a close look at the ICE facility, you see that the ICE facility has this parking lot in the back, right? And then you see the location where the shooter was located. That's an immigration attorney's office. Right next door is another immigration attorney's office. I talked to a woman who works in that building. You know, she says that her 40 employees were not there at the time. She was not there. A security guard was there. Employees. He didn't hear gunshots, but she explained what happens at the facility. She says that normally she and her attorneys would be out there waiting with their clients to check in with ICE. So there's 2 things that happen at that ICE facility. Regular individuals who have check-ins with ICE would go there, present themselves to ICE to abide by the law. And there's also an area where detainees are bussed in or out for some sort of processing. Now, she says that she's shaken. Everybody in her office is shaken. All of the people in those immigration attorneys' offices are shaken, because normally, Katie, they would be standing outside that facility with their client waiting to go in. Now, there's a tweet from DHS that says, quote, the shooter fired indiscriminately at the ICE building as well as at a van in the Sally Port where the victims were shot. So again, that's why these immigration attorneys are so shaken, because they would have been out there if one of their clients would have had an ICE check-in appointment.
And we're still waiting for more information on who the victims are. That has not been released so far. But I wonder, how does law enforcement contend with what the FBI showed, what Kash Patel tweeted, this idea or this evidence that he says shows that the bullet casings contained anti-ICE messaging, but the people who were shot and killed...
Wandering Neanderthal sent $5 anti-ICE. The fat retard wasn't even clever enough to write something like anti-freeze or de-icer. They're not send their best folks.
Really low IQ left-wing terrorism here. Disgraceful, distasteful, plebeian. Well, I was gonna say something when I paused. I was gonna say, the idea that like a far right extremist would go try to kill detainees at ICE facility seems highly implausible. Highly implausible. I like antifreeze, although people might not get it, but I like that. If you wanted to kill immigrants, why would you target ones who are probably being processed for deportation? It just doesn't make any sense. And it's also like you got all like it's all like obviously like a lot of law enforcement. It's a hard target. You know what I mean?
These things must be met with overwhelming force. If not, the ops are just emboldened, and are they wrong? What are the consequences?
Oh, any day now, dude. Pam Bondi. You fuck with Pam Bondi, you get the horns. That's what they say. I saw a tweet from I saw a tweet this morning that said Trump said Obama is going to get charged with treason. And then David Santa Carla replied and he said Pam Bondi couldn't charge an iPhone, which I thought was spot on.
Were detainees.
Yeah, I think what we'll likely find is he intended to hit the ICE officers.
Yes.
But as his brother alluded to, he was not a trained marksman. You know, he was using a AR-15 style platform that had the ability to be accurate. He was just not accurate. So it was
raised by liberals versus raised by conservatives like Tyler Robinson.
Indiscriminate.
All left-wing terrorists, but different levels of competency.
Fire at an area when the Sally port opened up and he hit the wrong targets.
What about the politically motivated side of this? This is now the fourth shooting that we've seen in just a little bit over a year, where the suspect has allegedly written on the casings of bullets some sort of politically motivated message.
Yeah, so I mean, terrorism is theater. It's intended to influence an audience beyond its immediate victims. It's putting a message out, and terrorism falls into really three categories. It's either religiously motivated, ideologically motivated, or in this case, politically motivated. And the politically motivated ones, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens because conditions have been set that people.
Ideological and political are two different categories. Seems a little weird.
Will start acting out against.
What are the conditions?
So, distrust in institutions. That's been building for quite some time. Attacks on institutions, the wealth gap, oppressive policies, at least this is what people perceive, and then the militarization of ICE and other federal law enforcement, the wearing of the mask, the aggressive tactics. So the people who are starting to act out against this feel it's their only recourse. Again, this is predictable. We see this happening throughout our history and in other places as well. So, we can tone down the rhetoric, and that's the right message. But you also have to start looking at what policies you've implemented, what tactics you're using, because if you tone down the rhetoric but you leave those other pieces in place, nothing's going to change.
So I wonder, though, I mean, this is the shooting and killing of Charlie Kirk was about 2 weeks ago. And then right before that, again, a month before that, was the shooting and killing of kids and others at a church, school church. Then you have the healthcare CEO a year before that. By the way, the judge dismissed the terrorism law charges here in New York. So that kind of is something we could discuss. But it feels like it's getting more frequent. Tensions are certainly very high. How do you stop the next person from doing this? Or what are you doing right now if you are law enforcement and you're trying to make sure that this is the end of this sort of politically motivated violence?
Well, the first thing is you take the underlying drivers away, like we talked about. First of all.
Or how do you...
The Patriot Act about to become commonly... I was thinking this the other day, and I was thinking about putting this out as a tweet just to rage bait people, but it's also kind of true. It's also, I was going to say something along the lines of, is it too soon for us to all acknowledge that the Patriot Act wasn't actually a big deal? You know what I mean? Whose life and or liberty got fucked up because of the Patriot Act. I know that's going to piss some people off, and it's, you know, the principle and this and that. But when has the Patriot Act ever actually affected anybody in real life? Is there any examples? Any at all? I'm not going to hold my breath. The J6ers? The J6ers? Maybe. I don't know. Hold on. 1 sec. Zip.
Spotted. Who are you looking at right now?
The trouble with
satisfying. Satisfying. Can't make an argument, just insult. Hey, can't you can swear at me and call me names, but you can't tell me how I'm wrong. Name one person. The J6ers, dude, the J6ers, well, maybe there's some truth to that. It's possible. That's a pretty good. I'll give you that one. I can't confirm it 100%, but it's entirely possible.
domestic terrorism.
They don't give you receipts.
It's different. You cannot go after people just because of their First Amendment protected rights. You can't go after them for their speech.
My mustache sent $5 if the Republicans win with blatant Christian nationalism. They will make re-education camps for trans people. Calling it right now.
So true. So real. Man, seeing the way that T. Clint guy reacted makes me think I should put the tweet out. I think I will at some point when I'm not in the middle of a show.
Because they're gathering in protests or anything else. There are no designated groups.
Name a bigger nothing burger than the Patriot Act. I'll wait.
Despite some of the
Buffalo
recent...
sent $5. I think Candace, Tucker, and Max Blumenthal pushed the Israel murdered Kirk theories hoping Nick F. would run with it and then they could push to censor him once they all backtracked, like they just did, but Nick didn't take the bait. They hate him.
I don't know, man. I always go for the simplest explanations, and in this case, the simple explanation is that people love that shit. People eat that conspiracy slop up. They love it. They absolutely love it. And so many people on the right, their brains are fucking fried from too much conspiracy slop. They're really detached from reality, some of these people. YouTube like intentionally started like censoring throttling it so it wouldn't get suggested to people all the time, because people would just like watch it nonstop. Back when we're talking like back in like 2012, like going like way back after 9/11, when the algorithm was mostly about just trying to get you to like watch as much content as they could get you to watch. People would watch so much conspiracy stuff that YouTube was like, okay, we have to do something about this because it's frying people's brains. And they kind of were right in a way. It kind of was like an altruistic move from YouTube to be like, instead of getting maximum engagement, we're going to like push this stuff down a little bit because it's literally frying these people's fucking brains. Again, I know that's going to be a very unpopular take, but I see the shit some of you guys say, and I can't really disavow it.
Assertions of the administration. There, ISIS and Al Qaeda and plenty of other federal terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organization, FTOs. I can open an investigation or charge somebody when I was in the FBI just because they're a member of that organization. None of that exists right now. And the other thing you're not seeing, especially in the left, there aren't organized groups right now. It's not like the late 60s or early 70s where there were groups that were more affiliated with the left that were organized. We're seeing the early emergence of it. But then some of these other incidents are not.
We're basically in a civil war, but it's a guerrilla civil war, and only one side is fighting. Eventually, if this continues, and I think it will continue, and then eventually you're going to start to see people on the right hitting back, and it's going to be like a kind of tit for tat guerrilla warfare. That's probably where we're headed, honestly.
Groups. They're nihilistic individuals who might grasp different pieces of ideologies, but they're not necessarily.
But they're all lone actors. Even if they are trying to belong to a group, they're not coordinating with a group. It's not like the Weather Underground.
No, it's not. And it's different times. So the effects of social media, the effects of isolation. You have homegrown violent extremists using violence as their outlet.
Whereas, I have a sense of what things feel like in Los Angeles, here in New York, obviously. Chicago, I've got a sense of. I don't have much of a sense of what things feel like in Texas right now with the immigration enforcement. What is it like?
There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of anxiety. I've watched your show, so I know some of the things that you've discussed with Jacob that's going on in Los Angeles. It's very similar. There are a lot of individuals who are in mixed status families. Some of them are undocumented, some of them are not. And
Okay, we get it. MSNBC, I think this is like the clip we just watched.
Inspired? Are you worried about copycats?
It's
yes.
the same guy.
I don't know if the rooftop trend is going to be a thing.
Did we just watch this? I was zoned out. Okay. MSNBC suggests that leftist terrorists who are writing political messages on bullets are actually being influenced by right-wingers.
It could just be coincidental that the best vantage point just happened to be elevated positions in this case. But, people emulate.
Christchurch vid has been proven fake and gay. Oh, my God. Help me.
This kind of attack is certainly a concern. The irony with the writing, the first time we really saw that was Brenton Tarrant in the Christchurch shooting.
Yeah, we didn't hear this.
Shooting in
the same guy,
a mosque in New Zealand, and he was a fierce, white supremacist and neo-Nazi, and wrote all over his weapon and his rounds very hateful information. So to see this coming from
Brenton Tarrant really was an innovator in a way, because he also he was the first person to write like a manifesto that was full of memes, like crediting Candace Owens and shit like that. And there's a lot of people have since copied his style.
Mr. Bing Bong sent $3. I'm gonna send that anti-conspiracy clip to you when Charlie Kirk and JFK Jr. come out during Obama's military trial.
Nice. Dude, that would be so fucking funny. I actually hope it happens. And I'll do the biggest mea culpa you've ever seen, which will be 3 seconds of me saying, I guess I was wrong. Guess I was wrong. Conspiratards stay winning.
Potentially the other side of the political spectrum is a little strange because it is not something, if you are trying to, carry out some kind of message countering, more extreme right-wing stuff.
3 left-wing terror attacks, better talk about Brendan Tarrant. By the way, there was that show that people were memeing on Twitter. What was it called? The Savant, about some lady who tracks right-wing extremists online and prevents their, and they've delayed the show now because there's been so much left-wing terrorism. They're like, oh man.
I don't know why you would, use a tactic that a famous white supremacist who has been revered and copycatted over the years by other white supremacists, why you would do that. But it does appear that people are moving in that direction because they want people to know what.
I don't think that many people revere that guy, but probably a few edgelords on Discord. When I was on the gym and I saw that he had killed 2 detainees, I said to myself, I said, forgive me, but the memes are going to be glorious. I said, I can't wait to get home from the gym and look at some of these memes, because this guy goes out and he kills Mexicans in an anti-ICE terror attack. And my main man, Fraser Payne, Mein Gott Niles, did not disappoint. Now, this is a little bit spicy, so let me give a disclaimer here. I don't condone or encourage violence. I'm not laughing at the dead people. This is all about making fun of the shooter and his incompetence and his terrorism. This is in no way glorifying violence, but this is really funny. I'm sorry. Charlie Kirk came down from heaven and stopped the bullets, you guys. Oh, shit. Oh, man. How does this only have 8,000 likes? This should have like 100,000 likes, dude. I already quote tweeted it, but I'll retweet it again. Dude, that's so funny. Okay. This is being posted at Georgetown. Hey, fascist catch. This, of course, was written on one of Tyler Robinson's shell casings. The only political group that celebrates when Nazis die. Join the John Brown Club. John Brown, of course, was this abolitionist white guy who went around killing white people who were like slavery sympathizers. Basically a left-wing terrorist in America. Total piece of shit. But celebrated as some kind of hero because we've been pathologically brainwashed to think that killing slave owners is like good. And it's really funny because they were talking about him on the Theo Vaughn and Shane Gillis were talking about it. If you saw YCSP last week, you saw this clip, but yeah, he's a race trader. This guy, I really like this tweet because he says, if you don't think there's a return to woke happening, here's Shane Gillis and Theo Vaughn talking about radical abolitionist John Brown. And it's so good that he called this out for being woke because it's exactly what it is. They're talking about how awesome it was that this guy went around killing slavers, which is just like the exact kind of retard take you have when you've been brainwashed by Hollywood your whole life.
They're going to rise up if I let John Brown did that.
Did he really?
Yeah, that's how he sparked the Civil War in America. He was like, I'm going to start he thought, rightfully so, that slavery was, he was very religious, and he was like, this is the gravest sin.
Mm-hmm. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry.
Yeah, he was like, if I go take the armory at Harper's Ferry, all the slaves from all the area are going to join us. And not many of them did. Almost none.
So they
almost none. John Brown needs to read his Bible better because slavery is not a sin and murder actually is a really bad one. Turns out murder is a really bad sin and God condones slavery. So it doesn't mean that you have to have slavery. It doesn't mean you can't politically campaign for the abolishment of slavery, but you definitely cannot murder law-abiding citizens who are your white brothers, your countrymen, your kin. Like John Brown is definitely burning in hell right now, 100%.
He's a white guy or black guy?
He was a honky.
But his last name was Brown.
He gets a lot of credit in the black community.
Does he really?
I mean, he was the man.
He started.
And they hung him. He's from Kansas or some shit. Yeah.
He's the man.
So he really was trying his
or
best.
He was just out in Kansas. He might
and who hung him? The whites?
Yeah, the honkies got him.
God.
He's buried in the mountains in New York. How do you pronounce this? I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Adirondack.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Everyone had it.
He he was a beast. He was getting after it though. Before he did that, he was killing all the Southern sympathizers.
Slave owners, sympathizers.
Yeah, in Kansas, him and his sons were macheteing people. Pretty good
Killing
guy, though.
sympathizers. What? Not even slave owners. Just people who thought it was okay. Oh, you think this is basically Tyler Robinson? Basically the OG libtard. You have the wrong opinion. I'm gonna kill you. And speaking of John Brown, this gay furry on Twitter claims to be a direct descendant. You are talking to a direct descendant of abolitionist John Brown. I could give two shits about you or your incestuous inbred slaveholding KKK ancestors. That's what they always do. Oh, you're white, you must be inbred. Yeah. Let's pull up the stats on that. Again, reminder that Israel is 10 times more inbred than Alabama. Alabama is like, what is like 1%, and Israel's like 10%, or is it 0.1 to 1? It's like 10 times. It's one of those two things, I'm pretty sure. So this is John Brown's direct descendant. Stoned purveyor of psychedelic furry art, trippy music, and anthropomorphic science fiction.
Ghost Dog Man sent $10 on Rumble, chipping in on the hoping Shane Gillis gets enriched fund.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the $10, but I mean, you know, I don't wish that on people. But I'm glad he got called out for being a woke retard, because that's exactly what he is. And we need to be really ruthless about not letting that creep in. People really need to understand that it's not just like everything, all your whole view of history has been totally perverted, and it needs to be updated. Anyway, I don't want to scroll this, guys. I'm actually glad. I didn't even think before I clicked on it because I haven't looked at it. But I'm glad there's no porn. I'll just quit while I'm ahead. It's like that. There was another similar thing that happened with like the Confederate general and the Union general. What was like the Confederate general's descendant was like this Chad dude, and who's the Union guy? Lee's descendant. That's the Confederate guy, right? And then the Union guy, who was that? Stonewall Jackson. It was one of them, whoever it was. And he like writes like gay vampire fiction. So there's a lesson in there somewhere. He set up a table and almost caused a race riot. These people are brainwashed by CNN. Trump is pro-black. So now if you try to even just do like a change my mind kind of thing on campus, they just chimp out. They just completely chimp on you 100%. Oh, you want to have a conversation? It's chimping time. Yeah, Thad. I was mutuals with him, and then I don't know, he like soft blocked me or something, because I don't know exactly what happened, but we're not mutuals anymore. Something up with the power chat. What's going on, little guy? Let me try a refresh.
Cat Respecter sent $5.
Thank you, Cat Respecter.
Tristan Chase sent $5. Hey LP, I'd like to hijack the show for 5 minutes at the end with 2 videos of relevant Down Under news. Consider me the first international correspondent of the Daily Cope media empire. Don't worry, there will be many shekels.
Indy sent $3 as a direct descent or John Brown. We need to send the nuns back to Africa and the gay furries to Pluto.
Amen. Thank you, Indy. And you know, Tristan, what's funny is you on Tuesday's show you said there was going to be a big dono at the end of the show. which I did register with excitement and anticipation. And then it never came, and I was like, what happened? And then I was like, wait, who? And I had to go back to be like, who was that? Who said they were going to send a big dono? And I was like, oh, wait, it's Tristan Chase. And I was like, wait, I spurged on that guy. I spurged on that guy for saying like Hitler should have forgiven the Jews or whatever it was. And then I was talking to Allison. I was like, I think I fucked up really bad. I think I cost us a big super chat because I spurged on that guy. I didn't realize it was you. Look, this is all a big misunderstanding, man. My apologies. I agree with everything you said in hindsight.
All we did was set up a table.
Robert E. Lee's descendant in Statesville is a gay pastor at a fake church who licks. Okay. So Lee is a Union guy? Why did I think he was a Confederate guy? I could look it up, but I don't think that's I don't think anybody else is confused about it. It's probably just me. Is it just this for 2 minutes? This is white people's future, man. This is when you're a minority.
$3 idea for progress report. Gerbert Johnson and Mr. Girl Lowell.
Oh, that's good. That's a good idea. The problem is I emailed Gerbert once already and I never heard back, much to my disappointment. But I could always try again. I have a plan for the next progress report that is very big. I have a very ambitious plan. So it probably won't happen, but I'm gonna try to set the bait for that and make that happen before I worry about anything else. It's probably going to take me another week or two, or maybe 3 or so, but we're not that far off from getting back to the TPR, but a little bit. I just need a little more time. This is going to be life for every white person in about 50 years.
Cad's dad sent $5. Beautiful Allison. If you ever leave this non-Jew, Cad's dad is always a good shoulder to cry on.
Hey. Bro. This stream's getting deleted as soon as it's done. This is getting pulled. She had her fucking tit out. I don't know if you guys saw that. I had like briefly checked the clip this morning, but I didn't notice that. It's that crazy chick. That crazy chick who's been in like lots of viral clips. There was one where she was like covered in whiteface or whatever. And she's kind of just like a troll, I think. She doesn't really she just kind of like makes a spectacle to go viral all the time, but yeah. That's not good. That's not good. Moving on. UK police harass a woman and her autistic son at 2:30 a.m. You know what they do is they...
Dick_tongues have sent $5 on Rumble. Ulysses S. Grant was general for the Union.
Right. And so Lee was Confederate, but he's got a gay descendant. Disappointing. He's got, or not a gay, but he's got what, a cucked soy pastor who kisses black people's feet. Eesh, man, the Jews really did a number on us. They really did a number on us. I know. I'm hoping it was just like it was enough of just a flesh blob that the AI won't pick it up. Like it could have been like a man boob. But they do that. They do that intentionally to get you banned. They flash you. We've seen this before when you're streaming. They do that just intentionally to try to fuck your channel over. UK police harass a woman and her autistic son at 2:30 a.m. demanding she delete social media posts because they caused 2:30 is crazy. Banging on somebody's door at 2:30 a.m. because of a social media post.
So can I ask what you're here for, please? I am. Right. Please stay there. The reason I'm filming you is because I'm sick of the harassment. Every time I open the door to one of your offices, they are filming me. So now you know how it feels. Now it is 2:30 in the morning. Can I ask why for a second time tonight you are disturbing me and my son in my home?
Yeah, because there's I've been made aware there's videos that have been posted onto social media, including those that were made this morning.
This morning, what made this morning?
And of my officers that have been round this evening.
Right, and
so I'm here to kindly ask that you remove said videos from social media. If you would do
no,
so,
I don't
please.
think I've broke the law, so I don't think I will.
If you, and also, I want to advise you that you might well be committing offences under the Malicious Communications Act. Okay.
Okay, well, I'm sure Dame Diana Johnson will explain that to me when she sees the video, won't she? She is a qualified barrister. She wasn't a director of social services, so she'll understand my case well. At this point, my son reported abuse. He failed to protect him. He was.
Remove the videos from social media.
Good night, officer.
And I'm advising you.
And I'm asking you to leave now, please.
Offences under the Malicious Communications Act.
Good night, officer.
Having said that, I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Good night, officer.
She handled it much better than the other. There was another video which we didn't cover on the show here, where the two women cops showed up, and I don't know, man. It's a scary situation because they literally will put you in jail over your tweet or whatever. But as an American, okay, as an American, I can't imagine not just telling these people to fuck off, telling them to go kick rocks. It's so you like to see it. I wonder what she was talking about, how her son reported abuse. I'm gonna speculate and that her son is getting like bullied by minorities at school and the cops aren't doing anything about it. Wild guess, but that's where I would put my money on.
And may I ask, please do not come back to my house and disturb again.
We'll probably need to speak to you tomorrow.
I don't think you will. I haven't committed any offences, officer, so you needn't be speaking to me at any point.
You may well have done, I'm afraid.
No, I don't think I have. You came to my house recording me. I have a right to record you. This is my home. If you don't want to be recorded, don't knock on my door.
It might actually be the same lady. I'm not. It might be that the one video was from earlier in the day. I'm not even sure, but she did say that they were harassing her too in the video, so it might actually be the same lady.
So
the other one. Anyway, glad I'm an American and I can just say what I want on the internet. Okay, the Tylenol thing. Trump put out an announcement that they had figured out a cure for they're like, we solved autism. We did it, everybody. We solved autism. And I was so optimistic. I was so excited to to live in a world where people don't not understand humor. I dream of this. I dream of a world with no autism. I dream of a world where this terrible pestilence upon the land is purged. A world where nobody suffers from the terrible affliction of not understanding when you're joking. It's so annoying. And then they do their announcement and they're like, don't take Tylenol while you're pregnant. Now it turns out, and I don't actually have this pulled up, but there's like a study from 2019. I had tweeted it, a screenshot actually yesterday. Well, it's a little ways down, but like, actually, I think I said, by the way, let me might be able to find it like that. Yes, right here. Taking Tylenol during pregnancy associated with elevated risk for autism and ADHD. There's also these like old tweets from Tylenol, at Tylenol on Twitter. They don't have a blue check, but as far as we know, this is a authentic account.
$3 hey LP, random ass question, but it popped into my mind. How do you feel about Frank Stone after your second live stream of it? Is it worth $30? I'm a fan of the devs overall.
The last Frank Stone stream was really boring. It was really like a slow burn where nothing happened. I'm going to be finishing it tonight. I'm not doing Friday night gaming streams for the foreseeable future. I'm doing Thursday instead. So I'm going to be playing tonight, and I expect it to be a lot more action packed because we got through hopefully the boring part. So based off of right now, I wouldn't recommend it. It's been pretty boring, frankly. But I'll have ask me tomorrow, and I'll have a final verdict. I'm moving my gaming streams to Thursday because my kid has like soccer games and soccer practices on Friday, and I'm gonna go to those. Anyway, this Tylenol account says we actually don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant. This is back in 2017. The actual company saying do not take Tylenol while pregnant. We don't recommend it. And now retarded shit libs to own Trump are popping Tylenol like candy while pregnant to prove a point, to prove that they trust the science. If Trump had said in 2020 that ivermectin was dangerous, these people would have been chugging horse dewormer by the gallon to prove a point. Literally, they just do the opposite of whatever Trump says. This is Michelle Vu, MD. She does fertility medicine in New York. 28 weeks pregnant. I'm going to take some Tylenol.
28 weeks pregnant? You know what I'm going to take? Some Tylenol, acetaminophen. It's going to work like a charm, and my baby won't have autism.
Jennifer Cook, an autistic mother with autistic children, as well as an author on the subject, reacts to President Trump linking autism to the consumption of popular pain medication Tylenol during pregnancy, a claim not backed by scientific evidence. Again, this is Reuters. People are like, it's Reuters or whatever. Whatever, man. Reuters. I just showed you the study from 2019. That was Harvard, by the way. That was I kind of glossed over it really quickly, but John Hopkins, the John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. So a respected institution said taking Tylenol during pregnancy elevates risks of autism and ADHD. But Reuters says that's not backed by scientific evidence. Like a basic Google search would show you that. These are the people who wanted you banned for medical misinformation, by the way. The people who said you should be banned for medical misinformation if you said, I don't want to take the vaccine, I don't trust it. It's weird. It's a weird new technology, and I don't want to be a guinea pig for an experimental tech that's never been used before. And if you said that, you were to be banned for medical misinformation, and now they're popping Tylenol while candy. JF said the study mostly shows it's for ADHD. Well, that's probably true if he says that. Still.
Scrooge sent $5. I am pleased to report that Robert Elias states as though is not related to the general. Unfortunately, he dishonors the memory of a Confederate volunteer from Alabama. He lied for clout in a lawsuit to get a statue taken down. Fuck George Floyd.
He's not related? The third. Not related. Where did you... Lee family genealogy not linked to Robert E. Lee. So what, he just started calling himself the third or what? Proves his lineage. This is genealogy report, the pastor. This is the guy, right? Cucked. Anyway. First of all, even if it's just ADHD, that's you kind of don't want ADHD either. It's probably better to avoid giving your kid ADHD while you're pregnant if you can, first of all. And also Tylenol says don't take this when you're pregnant. The company who makes the drug says that. So if you're going to say that there's no credible evidence that taking Tylenol causes autism, you might want to also add in but you shouldn't take it while pregnant regardless. If you're that concerned about medical misinformation, you might want to include that little tidbit of context.
When you talk about real people as being part of a quote unquote horrible crisis, he called it cataclysmic epidemic. There's no way not to take that personally, not to feel heartbroken by that, not to feel othered by that, not to feel deeply offended.
This is so fucking annoying. This is like the kind of chick who got some retard doctor to give her an autism diagnosis when she's obviously like highly functional. And now she uses it as this like, I'm special, like I'm a person. How dare you try to erase me? Whereas like when you watch a show like Love on the Spectrum and you see real autists, I've made this point before, but this lady is a really good example. When you meet a real autist, you know instantly, the second they start talking, it's like, okay, something's up with this person. They don't pass as normal. Oh, I'm like 3 degrees on the spectrum because I have an interest in some niche thing. Whatever, you know what I mean? You are not autistic. Real autism like fucks your life up, lady. I listened to you talk for 18 seconds and I'm sorry, but you don't get to be autistic. If you can pretend to be normal for 18 seconds, you're not autistic.
And as though our value as people is simply not being respected. And so how I felt listening yesterday was
the
angry,
eye contact.
afraid, and
The eye contact she's making.
really sad.
Telltale sign you're dealing with a faker.
And this information is going to lead to a lot of people, well, trying to use his phrase, trying to toughen.
The thing is there's different there's different kinds of autism. Like I earlier I was calling JF like extremely autistic, but it's not really, but kind of. Yeah, I mean when you listen to JF talk, you know something's kind of off with him. He's French. He's a francophone for starters, but it's all like there's that kind of autism that is like more of like it's almost like a sociopathy.
Down syndrome
you know?
is
It's
a
like
genetic condition caused by a trisomy of chromosome 21, while set $3.
Do I get victim bucks for having Spectrum Internet too?
Yeah. There's like the kind of autism where it's like you're introverted and you don't like socializing. And then there's the kind where it's like you're not capable of. And the one is obviously way more serious than the other. Yeah, Quebecois is even worse, in all fairness.
It out. Women are already nervous and scared when they're pregnant. They're doing the best that they can, and to then feel as though they're responsible, they're choosing between their health and their child's health.
Non-stop eye contact.
Simply by taking a Tylenol, well, that's misinformation. That's dangerous.
She's like the least autistic person I've ever seen.
Be wonderful.
Wandering Neanderthal sent $10. This concerned troll shit about being othered for calling autism a disorder always blows my mind. You're not making a moral value judgment of crippled people when you say you don't want your kid to be wheelchair bound. Same thing.
The thing is with any of these types of things, whether it's autism, ADHD, OCD, it's one of those things that everybody claims for themselves. I'm so autistic, you know, I'm so OCD. I can't, I don't like touching doorknobs. I'm so OCD or whatever. And it's like the actual disorders are like crippling to people's lives. But everybody just likes to say, oh, I'm so ADHD. I don't like to sit through 3-hour movies. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, you're actually just a normal person who has some preferences for certain things. It's not a disorder. You don't have a disorder.
Trump would educate himself, would simply by listening to our voices, simply by involving our organizations in the discourse, would credit autistic people with contributing wonderful things to society.
Yeah, that's why whenever I talk about curing autism, I like to really lean into it. Like I like to call it like this horrible pestilence and terrible affliction that just cripples people and turns them into social retards. Because it's like there's these kind of people like that who don't even have it yet insist on wearing it like a badge of honor, and I fucking hate those people, man. I genuinely hate people like that. What is this stupid bitch doing on the news? Pardon my French. Sorry, I'm trying to be less like, I'm trying to curse less, but what is this stupid bitch doing on the news? Can anybody explain that to me? A rabbi arrested in Florida for meeting a 14-year-old boy for sex.
So with you being a rabbi, a teacher, an instructor to young children, how can you tell me that you're not a threat? If you're willing to meet a 14-year-old for sex, you drove all the way down here.
Yeah, that was very stupid to do.
Very stupid, right?
Yeah, extremely.
You wanted to bottom? What does that mean? What does bottom mean? I'm not familiar with this term. What does that mean?
Okay. That means,
explain it.
That means the active person is the guy on top and the bottom is the one.
And you wanted a bottom?
Dude, what the fuck?
You wanted a 14-year-old to put his penis inside you? That's what you wanted?
Yeah, extremely uncomfortable.
Another one. Freaking teacher, guys.
Teacher, shock. What a shock. There's a funny tweet, an old tweet from like 2019. I actually had it in my queue to go out. I don't know if it's gone out yet. It was an old tweet from 2019 that said like, if you look behind a pedophile hunter, you'll find an army of anti-Semites. It was like some Jewish guy trying to like pearl clutch about the pedo hunting thing that was just getting started 5 or 6 years ago. And he's saying, you know, the problem with this trend is that it's very, there's like a lot of people who like that kind of content. They're like virulently anti-Semitic. And I thought, how interesting. What an interesting correlation.
Caps sent $10. My nephew is extremely autistic, nonverbal, beautiful, great kid. But so sad to see him not be able to live a normal life. Doing everything we can with supplements to try to improve his condition so that he can talk one day hopefully.
Yeah, man, nonverbal is hard. It's a stressful thing for everybody involved. Thank you for the $10. Okay, James O'Keefe, speaking of Jewish pedophiles, world exclusive bombshell, senior DOJ Epstein investigator reveals Epstein was CIA, confirms rapes occurred while Bill Clinton was on the plane, says of President Trump he's...
Mr. Bing Bong sent $3. What I don't understand is why they are blaming Tylenol when the problem is acetaminophen as a whole. Also, everyone knows vaccines cause autism.
I mean, it's obviously not just Tylenol. It's, you know, these things are multifaceted. And a lot of it is just people like that chick getting diagnosed. Like the reason that people think there's an epidemic and that it's like 34 times as much as it is because ladies like that somehow get diagnosed with autism. Says a president. I'm reading this tweet because these videos are
Soul
usually...
Divider sent $3. When is the Catholic Church going to clean up their PDF file problem?
I don't really know much about the current situation. Is that still a big problem? Because you don't really hear stories. You don't really hear, you know, breaking news. Some kid got molested by his priest last week. It's all sort of old news, unless I'm just not hearing it. Whereas in public schools, you hear about it every day with these mostly women teachers doing it, mostly. Is that even a thing? Is that still you just don't hear about it? And I know, but I mean, they could be covering it up, but like, is there any reason for me to believe that that's still a big problem? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just reading this tweet because these videos are usually pretty unwatchable because of the way they're taken undercover. The audio usually sucks. Okay, so it says of President Trump, he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there. It's still kind of bad if you're protecting pedophiles, honestly. It's good that you're not a pedophile, but you're protecting pedophiles. That's not good. That's actually not good that you're doing that.
Wandering Neanderthal sent $10. My wife showed me a TikTok about the Tylenol thing of some crazy lady saying that this proves how much conservative men just hate women because we want to force them to be pregnant and then not even let them have mild painkillers. Too funny.
Oh man, is there other painkillers you can take that don't have the acetaminophen or whatever? Like what, ibuprofen? Is that the same thing? I don't know. Maybe these women should just man up. Maybe you should just man up. Try not to drug your fetus up. The DOJ didn't want to go after him because he's an asset for the United States and Israel. It's not talked about yet, but it's soon to come out that Epstein was a CIA informant. It's not talked. So this is Glenn Prager, Jeffrey Epstein investigator at the Department of Justice.
But yeah, but it soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA informant.
He wasn't a CIA. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people.
Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax of the case, like a hoax or something. I mean, come on, you know it's not a hoax. He's been on the plane, many times. Mm-hmm. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids.
I've seen the itineraries and I've interviewed all of the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and a rape occurred. But that can't be said for Clinton, and it can't be said for others. While the Clintons were on the plane, while Bill Clinton was on the plane, there were rapes that occurred.
Overheard at Phoenix Airport on September 8th, 2025, a senior Justice Department investigator who personally worked on the Epstein case tells all. Glenn Prager, who has reviewed Epstein itineraries and has interviewed Epstein's victims, drops a bombshell. He says that the DOJ did not want to go after Epstein because he's a CIA asset, that the evidence from his investigation confirms that Bill Clinton was present for alleged rapes on the Lolita Express, and that President Trump was not present for the rapes that Glenn Prager investigated, but that he is protecting a lot of other people that were.
How about this whole Epstein thing that's like going on?
So I worked on that case. I used to interview all the victims. And then my picture was 20 to 30 victims in Palm Beach that I was interviewing and dealing with and stuff like that. And then we would go ready to go to trial and they would flip. Epstein would just pay them off. And they were just like little kids. They pay off their family. They're all
She deserves to be in great pain while pregnant. This is your penance for Eve eating the apple. This is why we have to die. This is all your fault.
That's funny, but that's true. That actually says that in the Bible, isn't it? That like God kind of cursed men and women, and he explained that. There's more to it than that, but he does specifically mention the pain during childbirth, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, I don't want to listen to this shit. I don't, as much as I am a certified plan truster who just believes whatever goy slop the FBI puts out, I'm a little bit skeptical of this. This seems like something Trump's PR team would cook up to do damage control. You know what I mean? To get it out there that like, yes, he's in the files, but he's a good guy. Although, like I said, it still kind of sounds bad that you're trying to protect a bunch of pedophiles. Anyway, either way, nothing is going to come of this really. And also, this guy doesn't work at the DOJ. He's ex, according to the news search. He is former DOJ official, which is also kind of always a little bit less valuable because it's like, he can't get fired now. He's got nothing to lose, so to speak. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Pretty much a nothing burger. I do respect James O'Keefe, assuming this wasn't handed to him on a silver platter in order to do damage control for Trump's reputation. Assuming that didn't happen and this was like genuine investigative reporting, I do respect James O'Keefe for actually doing that kind of thing when nobody else does these days. But it also, yeah, everything he does always ends up being a nothing burger. It's always like massively hyped on Twitter by conservatives and people get all excited, but like nothing ever comes out of it no matter what it is. So, a female Indian Tim Hortons manager tried to bribe an underage white employee for $20,000 to marry her 25-year-old Indian brother so he could stay in Canada. Do you have boyfriend? No, why? Just wanted to know. Sorry if you mind. No, it's just my ex is stalking me and really was worried if he showed up and harassed you. So she was worried her ex showed up at work. No, what is your Instagram? I want to ask you something if you don't mind. Yeah. You want Indian boyfriend? How old? Brother. If your white daughter is responding to the question, do you want an Indian boyfriend with how old? Problem. 25. I'm only 17. And then she says, is it someone I work with? And then the manager says, my brother, he is looking for a girlfriend. He needs someone to get permanent residency in Canada. And if you can help him with that, he can pay you 15 to 20,000 too. So then this is the mother messaging pictures of the conversation to another manager at the Tim Hortons, Crystal McConnell, or the daughter, one of them, and they say, I don't know what to do about that. I just feel really uncomfortable. I guess the daughter. And then the manager says, don't be uncomfortable. She's asked everyone, LOL. She doesn't want her brother to have to go back to India. I quit. This is illegal. It's fucking insane, dude. So your manager at Tim Hortons is like, hey, I'll pay you $20,000, a 17-year-old girl, to marry my 25-year-old grotesque Indian brother. And then you tell the white manager and she's like, hey, it's no big deal, LOL. Just chill. Just be cool. What? What? All of these people, this lady should go to jail just for this text message. She should go to jail in a proper country. This is the father. Picton and Wellington Tim Hortons have lost my respect and my business. I will never step foot in there again, and here's why. The manager there was harassing my niece. Okay, sorry, the uncle. This is the uncle. Harassing my niece to marry her brother who is 25 and she's underage, and offered her $20,000 to marry him even after she rejected the offer because she is underage. But she continued so her brother could stay in the country, which is immigration fraud. And when the other managers were informed, they laughed it off and made jokes about it. Police are investigating. Immigration has been called, and head office of Tim Hortons are investigating. This is disturbing that people are okay with pedophilia and fraud. And I'm making this very clear. I'm pushing for all the managers to be fired, and I will not stop till it happens and the illegal pedophilia ring running at the Tim Hortons in the county is stopped. If you guys want to share this, go ahead, spread the word around. In the county? Counties are American things. Is there any news about this? Canadian groom finds out his bride is already married. This is 2 months ago, but you just know it's on some Indian shit. You just know it's some Indian scam shit. Indian woman's marriage scam in Canada.
The fluorescent lights of Richmond RCMP headquarters buzzed quietly as
just
Detective
AI.
Lisa
It's a
Wong
bunch of
stared at her
AI.
laptop screen. It was
Slop,
3:47 a.m. on October 15th, 2024, and what she was
Anyway,
looking...
We're not watching that. The media not picking up on this. Do they have Tim Hortons in America? They don't, right? Typo for country, maybe. Yeah. Dude. When I was up in Canada in June for our trip, I hit Tim Hortons and I got the jalapeno breakfast bagel. Fucking heaven, dude. So good. So good. I was like, Allison, we're moving back to Canada. Good Lord, those bagels are good. Why can't I get those here? Why don't they have Tim Hortons in America? On the East Coast? You guys are lucky. Jimmy Kimmel is back, and I guess he had something to say on his monologue.
First of all, I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. People who I never would have imagined, like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand.
This guy is always on the verge of tears. Always. Have I mentioned the Tim Hortons bagel before? Dude, it's seriously next level. It's really good. It's just the bagel is a cheese jalapeno bagel, okay? And then there's something about the sausage. It's kind of spicy with the eggs. Oh, man. Just thinking about it.
Paul, even my old...
This guy's always like he's about to cry. I know a lot of people, including myself.
Evergreen Dream sent $5 on Rumble. They have Tim Hortons in Michigan, and I don't go there because it's ass.
That's
Wandering Neanderthal sent $5. Waffle House is the only breakfast restaurant worth patronizing in America.
But isn't that where the black people are always fighting? Aren't they always chimping out in Waffle House? I've never been to a Waffle House. I'm trying to think now if there's any American restaurants that I've really taken a shine to, and not particularly. I like the Sonic Blasts. That's about it, really. And I'm not that crazy about them. They're not really that special. They're not really all that. And half the fucking time you go there, they tell you the ice cream machine's not working. Bagels. Bagels are Dutch, by the way. Dutch people invented. Bagels are European food. So let's get that straight.
Old pal Ted Cruz, who, believe it or not, said something very
Five Guys actually makes a pretty decent burger. It's just not like you don't do it. It's not really cheap and fast. So it's like that's like a special occasion, once in a blue moon kind of thing. But it's pretty good. I haven't been that impressed by what's that place called? Chick-fil-A? Is that what's the one? The Christian place. Is it Chick-fil-A? It's not that good.
beautiful on my behalf.
Oh, you know what is good though? Popeyes. Popeyes is kind of good. The macaroni. But hey, man, the blacks are onto something with that one. Is all I'm saying. I've tried Popeyes for the first time a little while ago, and I was like, "Yeah, this is actually pretty good."
I hate.
I don't know about In-N-Out. I don't think we have an In-N-Out here.
What Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired.
Oh, wait, no, not that. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying,
what you
we
can and
don't
can't
like
say,
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. This affects all of us, including him.
They never really did that. It was like a throwaway comment on a podcast that had no actual weight behind it. And if it did have any weight behind it, he wouldn't be back. If he was kicked off because of the government, he wouldn't be back 4 days later. He was kicked off because of pressure from the syndicates and the advertisers and the audience. And now Trump is saying something about how if Jimmy Kimmel doesn't apologize for insinuating that the Tyler Robinson was MAGA, that he might sue, which that's not the government either. That's just a civil defamation case. MAGA is Trump's movement. So if you claim some terrorist was MAGA who wasn't MAGA, Trump can take you to court for that. Which has nothing to do with him being president. He could do that as a private citizen.
Hey, think about it.
And I'll take any of these fucking people seriously when they even bring up the fact that YouTube admitted that they banned countless channels, that they deleted like 400,000 videos at the request of the Biden administration. That whole story that just came out this week has been completely...
Neanderthal sent $10. Isn't that where they chimp out? LP, that's everywhere they are. Waffle House is big in the South is big on nogs. Waffle House in the Midwest are where the based racist meth enjoyers partake of premium morning cuisine.
I mean, it sounds good. You make it sound good. Oh, I don't think we have one of those here, though. The mainstream media has put a lot of time into covering the Jimmy Kimmel FCC. That's been on like every channel, every publication. Do they talk about Biden banning people's YouTube channels? No, which is actual censorship. The actual censorship gets ignored, and we're going to talk about the fake censorship that never happened.
If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak.
Culver's? Not familiar. Not familiar.
I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, and the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram.
Polymarket should start like a recurring thing of like, is Jimmy Kimmel gonna cry tonight?
On the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either.
You said MAGA is doing everything they can to distance themselves from this guy, which is a clear implication. It makes no fucking sense. But you just saw that he had like conservative upbringing and you just jumped all over that. So, and now you're trying, I wasn't trying to blame anyone. Yes, you were, you lying sack of shit. I hope Trump sues your ass. I hope Trump sues your ass into oblivion.
Ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed.
How about you point a fucking finger right now at the left? Because that's what he was. He was a shit lib. He was a retarded shit lib with a tranny boyfriend who thought that Charlie Kirk was a hateful fucking bigot. So it's not rocket science here, buddy. How about you point the finger right now?
$5. Jimmy Kimmel went to the Jordan Peterson School of Public Speaking.
Yeah,
My mustache sent $3. What happened to based Andrew Wilson? Is he too busy training with a gay nigger to debate?
He said he doesn't want to do it. He says he doesn't want to do the Owen Wilson thing. So that's basically out the window. Spent all that time making a beautiful thumbnail. It's never going to happen. Yeah. Is Jimmy Kimmel on finasteride? Is that what it is? Is this just finasteride? Is that what it does to people? Every time I think about getting a hair transplant, then I think about Jordan Peterson being a crybaby little bitch. And it makes me think twice.
First, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents.
I mean, I'm sure Owen has gone over it on his own channel at length. I'm sure. So probably not.
Anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a
Owen
solution.
Wilson.
And it
Did I say Owen Wilson?
Isn't it ever. And also selfishly, I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers because of what I...
Don't get a hair transplant. You are how God made you. I'll have to check with Woe. I'll have to ask Woe if I have the go ahead. Hey, Woe, is God going to be cool with me getting a hair transplant?
I choose to say. And I
Norwood, more like more good.
know those threats don't come from the kind of people on
Something's
the right
up with
who I know and
Odyssey.
love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject.
Yeah, not good enough. If I was Trump, I would be saying not good enough. Not good enough. Big drama going on in the mismanaged leftist bookstore scene right now. Blue Stockings NYC, Blue Stockings Cooperative will be closing as of today. The current former worker owners and staff part of the sunsetting crew are gutted to be delivering this news. After 26 plus years of serving marginalized communities as an independent feminist bookstore, event hub, and all-around radical community space, the daily operations are unfortunately no longer sustainable on multiple fronts. Man, must suck when that USAID money dries up, huh? Must suck when your taxpayer subsidies keeping your retard art project alive get shut off. From a current worker steward who was one of 3 people keeping this shop going for the last year, definitely not an owner, because the legal owners flexed their violent legal force by making this decision with no input from 3 of us that had been holding it down. A couple clarifications. This decision was not made with any of the 3 brown folks, F-O-L-X. This decision was not made with any of the 3 brown folks currently stewarding the space. They were notified of this sunsetting this morning, and most access was revoked. Passwords changed. They are working to revoke access now. The stewards have reached out through multiple avenues to see if they can legally take over the business to keep it going, and holding out hope that this bears out. The folks who decided to shut it down haven't been involved for the past year and very unaware of all the behind the scenes work we've been doing to get us in a sound place, including turning into a multi-stakeholder cooperative. This was an extremely violent move, and these legal owners are casting it as a tough decision by all when that's not the case at all. Violence is when you get fired from your job. Sorry, your worker steward position. Hi, Dave Vinay, worker owner steward here. Worker owner steward here. My collective of in-store workers, all melanated POC, did not make this decision. The white folks on the lease who are former worker owners made this decision without consulting any of us. Hold the white folks attempting to act like this was a collective process accountable. This is false and white violence. We're getting locked out of our emails, the store, Instagram, the website, etc. White violence. Tell us how you really feel. The daughter of Hollywood elitists Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner called for mask mandates to be reinstated at a speech at the United Nations.
Here's what we know about SARS-CoV-2. It is airborne, floating and lingering in the air. One infection.
Owner worker stewards could be here, he thought. I hate owner worker stewards.
Can result in disabling damage to almost every cell in the body, from the brain and heart to the nerves and blood vessels. Every subsequent infection increases the risk of long COVID and places people who already have it in greater danger. Here's what we don't know, is what it does to reinfect children over and over and over again with no end point in sight from the day they are born. We are about to find out. As Dr. Akiko Iwasaki says, at this point, the whole population is the control group, and after only 5 years, long COVID has surpassed asthma as the most common chronic illness in children. 5 years. I am terrified for the children who do not or soon will not know a world without debilitating pain and exhaustion, who cannot trust their bodies to play, explore, and imagine, and who will not know the potential of their own minds unfettered by the cognitive damage from a COVID-19 infection. And I am furious on their behalf. It is neglect of the highest order to look children in the eyes and say, we knew how to protect you, and we didn't do it. We have access to a technology to prevent airborne disease, something that millions of our ancestors and millions of people around the world today would kill for, and we refuse to use it. And I shudder to think of where we will be in another 5 years of unmitigated infection and reinfection.
Are you concerned about post-finasteride? I don't take finasteride, so I'm not concerned, but I don't want to take finasteride because I am concerned. That answers your question. Dude, some people, they just got permanently cooked by the pandemic. Like there's some people, there won't be a return trip, Mr. Frodo. They got so mind fucked. It's really evil. I know it's easy to make fun of these people, but it's truly evil what happened to them. Like they got mind fucked. All right. Apparently this pink-haired lesbian owned Hermes. I haven't watched it yet, and it's not very long. She says, look at his face, pure salt and disappointment. He tried every trick to sway her, but nothing worked. Let's see.
Are you pro-Palestine?
Yeah, of course. Free Palestine.
Are you pro the LGBT community?
I am gay.
What do you know what would happen to LGBT people in Palestine?
Yeah, but I don't care.
Really?
Because something bad is happening to them, so it doesn't matter if they would support me or not. I'm still going to respect them as human beings.
So you don't care if they would kill you if you went over there?
No.
You're still going to support them?
Yeah, because it's the right thing to do.
What if that ends up killing you in the future?
Then that's the way I'm meant to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call that getting owned, but I can see where she's coming from. There is a lot of sort of arguments you can make in defense of her position, like the children getting killed don't deserve to die just because their parents would kill me, that kind of thing. And anyway, but she still does. I wouldn't say she's a boss, he's a douche. Solidarity. Academic agent. I can't tell how serious that's meant to be. Jew shills when they find out people actually have a heart and soul. I don't think Hermes is a Jew shill. Charlie Kirk Temu edition. All right. TPV Sean, who I have never heard of until yesterday. He hosts a show on Telegram. Who is this guy? Leaked files reveal Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, is a child trafficking Mossad agent.
They told us the story was simple. A tragedy, a grieving widow, a nation watching in sympathy. But scratch the surface and the mask falls fast. The widow might not be who she says she is. Evidence is emerging that she was groomed, trained, and positioned in place, not to mourn, but to inherit. Behind her polished smile and professional public performances lies a pipeline of children moved across borders, fortunes rerouted offshore, and influence funneled straight into the hands of her handlers. This isn't a love story, it's a transfer of power, and the files we just uncovered prove it. Stay with us, because by the end of this video, you'll understand why this operation had to stay hidden, and why they're willing to kill to protect it. Before we dive in, let me just tell you about an important service that lets you protect your privacy from the deep state.
This guy has
partner VP.
This guy has sponsorships, and I can't even get a sponsorship on the Daily Coat.
Audacious and direct. A focused grab for America's youth. They're not just buying influence by paying for propaganda, they're weaponizing attention.
What are we talking
It's something that I think touches all of us. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people. And now we have a country of our own, defended by all the brave men and women of the IDF. So anything we can do to support them, who, devote their lives for preserving the state of Israel, keeping the people safe, and allowing our state to continue sometimes in very, very difficult situations. I have been to Israel. I have been to the border. I have spent time to the people who govern the state of Israel, and I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
Bad vibes from this guy. Is he
Mr.
gay?
Bliss Chilling sent $3. Negative comparison is such a telltale sign of something being written by AI. It's not just this, it's that.
Who is this guy? Co-founder of Oracle. Is he gay? He's a heterosexual man who's been married 6 times. Well, that's the straightest thing you can do, is get divorced 5 times. Okay.
So we've actually acquired a number of Israeli companies. We have 2 CEOs at Oracle. One's name is Safra Katz, and she was born in Israel. So again, we love the country of Israel, and we'll do everything we can to support the country of Israel.
But hijacking the narrative on American social media wasn't enough for the handlers and their globalist backers. They set their sights on Turning Point USA, the influence machine built by Charlie Kirk, a man many believed could one day lead the country. Kirk's refusal to toe their line made him dangerous. He kept pounding an American first drum, even as establishment power shifted away from the movement that put him on stage. So the plan moved from persuasion to possession. When Kirk turned down a $150 million offer to
$5 I licked the Erica conspiracy envelope earlier today for fun. Went undercover on Reddit. It hurt my head because I couldn't work out if they were all retarded or method acting committed to the bit.
Dude, this is so fucked up, man. Smearing a widow days as like some evil fucking like mastermind, literal child trafficking, murdering. It's really fucked up, dude. And that is, the 150 million thing has been debunked, hasn't it? I kind of stopped caring about this shit enough to like follow it closely, but I saw a Nick Fuentes tweet where he basically said that was debunked. I think is what the tweet said.
That Bibi Netanyahu allegedly offered Charlie Kirk $150 million to silence him. I told you this days ago that a source close to the prime minister told me it was complete nonsense, and now Charlie's producer and close friend, well, he's backing that up.
Was Charlie offered $150 million from Israel?
As far as I know, no.
I had never heard anything like that. Everyone I've asked has said the same thing.
And by the way, just for
it wasn't Erica Kirk gonna do a podcast this week? And she was going to answer these questions herself. Because, I mean, look, because this is the thing, like that whole Harrison Smith tweet, like Charlie Kirk is scared, right? If anybody could back that up, it would be Erica. And I understand if you've jumped on the train that Erica is evil, then you're not going to care what she says. But I think that's fucking crazy. But it's like I said, you can't once people start going down this road, there's no evidence that will convince them. So even if the widow comes out and says, no, he still like really supported Israel and this and that, it's just like, oh, she's compromised. She's one of them.
what it's worth, it doesn't matter the amount that would have been coming down. We would have said no.
And there's evidence that is true.
Turning Point does not, Charlie would not accept foreign money.
Exactly.
We only took American money. It's a misconception about Turning Point's funding base, by the way, is, it's not a whole lot of Jewish donors. It's just not. There was always, I saw the comments online like, oh, the Jewish shekels or something like, it's all this gross stuff. It just wasn't true.
So donors pulling money isn't Zionist control. It's
So what is the evidence that because she was saying there's evidence that it is true, but as far as I know,
if Charlie was
it's
offered
basically
$150
bullshit.
million. That's okay if you don't remember. Let's read it together. As a follow-up and separate question, do you know anything about the alleged $150 million baby from Israel offered for an anti-Tucker Carlson campaign?
Was Charlie offered $150 million from Israel?
As far as I know, no.
Maybe he did the podcast because I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be with this same chick and so maybe they just ended up sending this guy instead. I don't know. Like I said, I don't care that much about this shit. But so this guy just said Charlie Kirk turned down $150 million. But this is like basically, by the way, Israel, you know what? I'll do it for $100 million, by the way. Oh man. Welcome to the Daily Shill. It's a lot of money, guys. It's a lot of money. Family compound. Here we go. This guy's just regurgitating these rumors that are not established.
Cast his platform as a mouthpiece for Israel First talking points. The globalist elite didn't fold. They executed the contingency. Erica Kirk liked to present herself as an everyday hero. To her audience, she was the face of faith, family, and service. But long before the hashtags and photo ops, accusations were already circulating. Accusations that her so-called ministry in Romania was a front for trafficking children across borders. Back in the early 2000s, Erica worked as a model and casting director. Soon after, she reinvented herself as the head of the Romanian Angels.
Right. Romania's child trafficking town. This story is from 2010. Which is like, it's not even related to the thing.
An NGO operating in
Constanta. It's just a story about child trafficking in Romania.
Romania, a city infamous as a trafficking hub.
Wait, how old is Erica Kirk? She's older than Charlie, right? 36. So she would have been like 22 when that story was
On
published.
paper, her group partnered with the US military and placed children into adoption. But locals told a different story. That kids were being taken, not protected, and funneled straight into networks supplying Israel and private islands with very young orphans.
That story's from 2001. She would have been... What's the math on that? She would have been like 12? wait. 36 minus 25. She'd have been like 11. She was 11 years old when this headline was published.
Wandering Neanderthal sent $5. This shit is way too reminiscent of Q. Beginning to think the actual psyop is the conspiracy
I've been
itself.
saying, man. I've been saying that. I saw it like headed in this direction. It's just like this is what happens. So like conspiracy is like addictive, but just like any addiction, whether it's porn, drugs, what you always need a harder and harder hit. The story has to get crazier and crazier and crazier for you to get excited. So it goes from Israel Mossad hired a hitman to kill Charlie Kirk to Charlie Kirk's wife was a Mossad handler and child trafficker who planned the whole thing. She was 11 when this headline was published, according to my quick Mensa maths. Why would you show this headline? Like she was responsible for this. Hey man, you're telling me Israelis traffic people and harvest their organs? I'm not going to argue. I believe it. I absolutely believe that. No, hey, say less. I believe it. But you're telling me Erica Kirk is involved in that? I'm going to need something a little more compelling than a headline that was published when she was 11 years old.
Locals told a different story. That kids were being taken, not protected, and funneled straight into networks supplying Israel and private islands with very young orphans.
2012 wins Miss Arizona competes in Miss USA, a pageant owned by ... Trump. Okay, want to know something really weird? So she had said in a podcast that she had never competed in pageants and had never done any modeling before, until one day she receives an invitation in the mail to become a model and start doing pageants. And the pageants that she started doing were Miss USA pageants owned by Trump. So she modeled for Trump. She was one of Trump's pageant girls. But did you know that she was also a casting director at the same time that she was doing all of this stuff for Trump? Now, she doesn't specify on her website if she worked as a casting director for Trump, but around the time that she was claiming to be a casting director, she also owned a ministry that was working with the U.S. military in Romania.
Nomadic
The area
Warfighter
in
sent
Romania.
$5 on Rumble. It's interesting to watch the legs get cut out from under some of these theories, but they still seem to be held up by a TROON rope.
Thank you, Nomadic Warfighter.
Where she was operating this ministry, had a bunch of locals accusing these evangelical ministries of kidnapping children and trafficking them out of the country. These children were being found in the UK, in Israel, and were also being sent to undisclosed private islands. Locals demanded authorities look into it, but they never did. Now, Charlie Kirk really wanted the Epstein files released, but did his wife? Prior to marrying Charlie Kirk, she was a multi-millionaire on her own, and since his passing, she's also amassed all of his wealth, plus an additional at least $5 million in donations. She's currently considered the most powerful woman in the United States, with mega fans begging her to run as vice president in 2028.
And then came 2018. Erica travelled to Israel, where what she described as a job interview became something else entirely.
I could see Erica getting set up for some kind of politics career. She really does have that momentum after everything that's happened. But I mean, frankly, she is also like a boss bitch. You know what I mean? Like, she's accomplished a lot. I don't like women in politics, obviously. This isn't an endorsement because I don't like women in politics, full stop. But she's made a lot of money.
Date with Charlie Kirk. To the public, it looked like romance. To those following the trail, it looked like the next stage of an assignment that was planned years in advance.
Let's talk about their first date, because it was actually a job interview. Back in 2018, 2 years after Donald Trump had started working with Charlie Kirk had hosted a Turning Point USA opening event for one of the offices that they had opened. And Erica and Charlie Kirk were introduced to each other.
She's fake.
Charlie Kirk instantly
You
thought
don't
that she
know
was
her.
beautiful, but thought that she was really smart. And allegedly, one of their mutuals had suggested that Charlie Kirk hire Erica. I'm assuming it was Donald Trump or someone on his team, because Donald Trump had signed on to work with Charlie Kirk, and Erica was already one of Donald Trump's employees, so it would make the most sense for Donald Trump and his team to encourage Charlie Kirk to hire Donald Trump's employees. Anyways, Charlie Kirk DM'd Erica, invited her for a job interview. The job interview ended up turning into a date.
A quick warning to anybody ready to attack us for exposing this. Know this. We have every file, every piece of evidence, and it runs deep. If we're pushed, we won't hold back. We will release it all. We know all about the disappearances of Louisa Malencu and Alexandra Makasanu and countless others. But for now, we have to ask,
You're gonna get
was Charlie Kirk
sued,
another
dude.
victim of an Israeli intelligence honeypot operation? Whenever there is a false flag and the official narrative makes no sense at all, there's one question you have to ask. Who benefits? Follow the profits, follow the power, and the picture sharpens. After the break, we connect those dots and reveal the files that expose a dangerous history the architects are literally killing people to keep covered up. Today's sponsor is pillsforever.com.
Good lord.
If you think Big Pharma have your best interests at
Who
heart,
is this guy?
please don't move in quarterly cycles. They plan decades in advance. They plant narratives that will bloom long after the actors are gone. And there's more than enough money to grease any operation. Last week, a 250-strong congressional shuttle arrived at the 50 States One Israel Summit, a blatant act of Israel First corruption. Then an insider's daughter blew the whistle and the ledger started to leak.
So yeah, it looks like my dad and a bunch of other just like loser politicians from New Mexico went to meet with Netanyahu, and I don't know what they could possibly discuss. I mean, again,
does this guy have any? We have the documents. It's literally like TikTok videos on his phone. Does this guy have any sources that aren't TikTok videos? Yeah, Pills Forever. That sounds like a real kosher brand. That sounds like this guy. I trust this guy.
it's my dad and a bunch of other like state senators and state reps, which like, how does meeting with Netanyahu help the local people of New Mexico? But yeah, I genuinely believe that Israel is like paying my dad now to like peddle propaganda. How much are they paying my dad? You know, like how much is his soul? Because it seems like he has sold his soul to the devil.
They have a finger in every pie. Their networks run deep, decades of quiet alliances influence, and bank accounts that never show up on paper. Those same ties are now threading through the odd coincidence.
I have all the files, but I'm not going to show you. I'm only going to show you millennial girls making TikTok videos. Oh, man.
There's an unexplained incidents unfolding in real time, including the Charlie Kirk conspiracy and the tragedy of what's happening to the organization he built. Listen close. What looks random is rarely random with them.
Just know that nothing is by mistake. Nothing. I will never forget the time I was in Israel with my husband. Well, that was the second time, but the first time with my mother on a pilgrimage. And I was standing in the ticket line. And I remember looking behind me, and in the snake of the ticket line was a guy who looked very familiar. I had no idea who he was. And I told my mom, this guy looks so familiar. And as a typical mother, she said, go and say hi. No. We were late for our flight, and I'm not going to come off like a crazy person that's just weird. That ended up being Charlie. Nothing is by coincidence. Now, did we know that? No, not until we were like 3 months into our relationship and looking at timestamps, seeing that both of us were in Israel at the same time. But nothing is by coincidence.
Nothing is by coincidence. Like the fact Erica chose to give the devil horns at a memorial, a public symbol of initiation and allegiance, a hand signal that says I'm in the order.
Everybody on Twitter said that is the ASL hand sign for I love you, which I'm just going to assume is true. Because it would be weird to do I like when people do devil horns like rock on. Like when I was a kid, that always meant rock on. You know what I mean? So I'm not one of these people that jumps to like that's satanic.
Tristan Chase sent $5. This cooker on Reddit wrote this whole essay about it and the intricate web, and I just replied telling him that her mother's name is Laurie, not Melanie, and his 3-post House of Cards collapsed.
I mean, this guy's been wrong about two things already. The two of his assertions, the 150 million thing seems to be totally wrong, and Erica Kirk devil horns. I'm going to assume that. AOL. This just says definitely suspicious. The I love you sign in ASL has the thumb extended. But so does rock on. What does extended mean? It's just like that, right? It's like that's the same sign. It's a weird coincidence that those are the same signs. Okay, that's the same thing. Literally the exact same thing. She's just doing it left-handed.
Its shape recalls the horns of Baphomet, turning a casual pose into a ritual badge flashed in plain sight, yet hidden from the uninitiated. Then there's the fact that her family's backstory...
I know what extended means, but I just, it's confusing because her thumb was extended. So why would they even say that? And also it's extended in the devil horns, quote unquote. So there's no difference. So how is that? What is that? Why? What is that supposed to even mean? What am I supposed to take away from that?
It makes less sense than Barack Obama's CIA fabricated official record. Major news profiles describe her as raised by a single mother in Arizona, but that's just the cover story.
Erica Kirk talking about how her mother, when they moved to Arizona, why they moved to Arizona, because her mother works for the Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, can I ask a question? It's maybe off topic. How did your mom choose Phoenix?
So she chose to move to Phoenix from Ohio because there was more of an opportunity for
I guess I never took it seriously enough to learn the proper thing, but you could be right.
Female business owner out here.
If that's true, then it's definitely the I love you.
Especially from the standpoint of she was...
People always do this with a thumb out and they go, tongue out. You put the tongue out. I'm just always seeing it with the thumb out, but okay.
Getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. And so she had other business partners that were out here that were already in that industry, especially from the standpoint of she was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. She was getting involved with the government.
Then there's her family's connections to ancient elite orders and her father's connections to Israel. These are ties that run deep, reaching into defense contracts and even the very construction of the IDF's Iron Dome system.
Erica Kirk's no grieving saint. She's wired into the machine. Knights of Malta? Spot on. She flashed that Black Cross pendant in her first widow clip, same one every sovereign military order knight wears, and her family's donated heavy to Catholic orders forever. Freemason angle's subtler. Her dad, Kent Francefay, wasn't just Wraith.
Dude, people are hanging out in Twitter spaces listening to AI. That's an AI voice. That's not a real person.
He chaired their Israel division, funneled billions in Iron Dome cash while Charlie's old man designed Trump Tower. Yeah, but also the bunker levels nobody admits exist. Erica inherited $23 million at 25 from a trust. Come on, that's not beauty queen money. That's Mossad's slush fund. She started Everyday Heroes as cover, funneled donations straight to pro-Israel NGOs. And that G-ring? Not grief. Grand Lodge symbol, worn by 33rd degree insiders. Delivered that speech 2 days after the shot because it was pre-taped. Voice forensics say the room echo doesn't match. Lighting's wrong, and Tyler Robinson's still denying he fired. She's carrying the legacy all right. TPUSA's already slipping to Jewish board vets who loathe her. So expect her moved on by Christmas, maybe with a Zionist tech bro. Wonder Woman? More like Handler who got her asset clipped.
With family ties like these, it's no wonder Charlie seemed to know that he was treading on dangerous ground, grimacing, twitching, and betraying himself with nervous tics whenever the questions got too close.
You can't go there when it comes to Israel.
Well, you and I believe that we're Americans and Americans first, period. End of story. We are citizens of this nation, okay?
That's
and
right.
Israel, we have funded, we have supported, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text Megan who is trending.
That's the point of alternative media, saying what others won't. And trust me, people do know the truth. Take Tucker Carlson. At the Charlie Kirk Memorial, he slipped it past the...
So it's about make him stop.
Here at the People's Voice.
Oh, I asked Rock, and the last time these two were seen in public was June 2025. You think that is normal? The last time a current up-to-date photo of them posted in either of their social media was May 11th, 4 months ago. About the same time Charlie started speaking openly of danger of Israel. I saw no real tears in it. This is what people do. They say, oh, she's fake. Look, I'm a body language expert and she's fake. Whatever. Erica France breaks silent. Devastating details of Charlie Kirk divorce. Okay. It's really fucked up to do this. You are the trash that trash considers trash, says Razorfest. Wonder what your punitive damages are going to be. People raised questions. That's not evidence, you lunatic. So the people saying you're going to get sued into oblivion, now that because lots of people are saying that, that's now proof that it's like a bot attack against them. So you see how the conspiratard brain gets fried? Sued into oblivion is an extremely common phrase. It's basically the go-to phrase when somebody has done something very tortious. I think I used that word correctly. It's like the go-to phrase for that situation. So everybody's just saying to this guy, dude, you're going to get sued into oblivion. And now the guy who is smarter than all the stupid slugs is like, that's definitely normal and organic. Yeah, the quartering is paid by Israel. The quartering is actually a Hasbro bot.
Body language expert sent $3. I have watched hundreds of hours of JCS criminal psychology videos on YouTube. Those tears were fake. Trust me, bro.
I mean, it's just kind of fucked up to judge a grieving widow on how good she's crying for the camera when and she's probably been crying her face off in private. You know what I mean? But then there's like, but it's like, so when you have to talk to people about it, it's emotional. So you choke up, but then people are like, oh, she's not crying for real. She's fake. It's like, can we cut people a little bit of fucking slack when they just lost their husband? Anyway, moving on. Told you guys it was a big show today. The Scotland hatchet girl. Dude was charged, but they won't say what yes, that's my last update as well. I did tweet about it a little while ago. I said, isn't it kind of crazy how the media tried to do puff pieces about this, like obviously like gypsy gangster pimp? And then it came out that he did assault the 12-year-old girl and he was arrested. And then the media just totally dropped it and didn't even like cover it. There's no updates. I haven't seen any updates on Twitter. What is his name? Fatos Ali. See, it's in my autocomplete, but see, this is the first thing that comes up is one of these puff pieces about how this guy is like, he's the model migrant. The Scottish Sun, man behind Dundee schoolgirl knife video is self-described gypsy gangster. See, this is real reporting. So there's like nothing new on this. And they haven't even said what he was charged with. Like the UK is just like an evil country, man. It's run by like evil people. unlock the article. Fuck you, Blaze. Anyway, moving on to our crime segment of the show. Another illegal alien Lyft driver just arrested for kidnapping and brutally raping a female in Utah.
A rideshare driver is being held without bail, accused of kidnapping and raping a passenger in Sandy. Court documents show 26-year-old Alejandro Segovia was arrested last week. Police say the victim's friends ordered her a lift after a night of drinking on August 30th. The app told them the ride ended at her home, but security cameras didn't pick up any movement at the victim's house. So the victim's mother filed a missing persons report. Hours later, officers at the victim's home saw her walk up. She told detectives she remembers the driver pulling into a school parking lot where he began hitting himself, yelling in Spanish, and driving erratically. Surveillance video shows.
Dude, there's so many of these people are just fucking crazy brown schizos, and it's just like, if you're just in the wrong place, wrong time around these people, you get killed.
Her in the car nearly 3 hours after being picked up, and doctors reported bruising and abrasions on her legs that are common in sexual assault cases. Segovia refused to provide a DNA sample and is also being charged with obstruction of justice.
Three suspects arrested after a Texas youth baseball coach was shot during a pregame prayer with his players. Mahmoud Abdulsalama Rabah Ahmad Mawed and Mustafa Muhammad Matalaga have been arrested. The men fired their guns from a nearby pasture, and then it's since come out that they were illegally hunting and they accidentally shot this baseball coach.
It happened at the Rack Katie Sports Complex, sending parents and coaches running for cover. Troy Class has more of the story.
The Rack Katie is here in the middle of a rural part of Waller County where coaches say they heard gunfire all weekend. Then on Sunday, bullets started flying through the baseball fields. Teams from across Southeast Texas were gathered for this tournament, including the Houston Warriors. A Warriors coach wounded in the shooting.
He literally took the bullet for a child that was to his left. And so thankfully, we avoided a major disaster. Still very, very emotional over it.
Team founder Andy Bays wasn't at the field, but says his coach was engaged in a pregame
Wandering
prayer.
Neanderthal sent $5. I'll bet $100 their arrest report will list their ethnicity as white, too.
Yeah, I'll bet 1,000. I'm not taking that bet. I mean, I was gonna make that point, so you kind of stole my thunder a little bit. But these people are booked as white, and they when you look at the FBI crime stats, these people are the kinds of people that are contributing to the white category. That is absolutely correct and needs to stop. We need reform for crime statistics.
His team when the bullets started flying. An online stream captures the gunshots.
When he was struck by the bullet, his first reaction was to get down to the ground, cover his kids, and get them to a safe space.
Today, the Waller County Sheriff's Office says investigators have identified 3 suspects who allegedly fired guns from a nearby pasture in the direction of the field. The Rack Katie stating on Facebook, 3 individuals were target practicing 600 to 700 yards away, though they were not using a nearby gun range. Bays says the coach was taken to the hospital via a helicopter.
I hate when you're target practicing and you accidentally shoot into a baseball field full of people. See, I put this in my reply. Booked as white and added to white crime stats, by the way. Sopranos actor accused of blinding woman after shooting her in the face during road rage attack. This guy might actually be white, but the fact that he's a Sopranos actor is so weird that I included it.
Maritza Arias's view of the world may be forever changed after she was shot in the face during a case of road rage.
For me to think that somebody decided to shot my man for no reason, I still don't get it.
Jimmy Lee's Road and Vera King Ferris Drive. Reported gunshot.
According to court records, another driver raced ahead of Maritza's car and cut her off. The Galloway mother of 3 passed him, then told investigators the guy pulled up next to her at this intersection outside the entrance of Stockton University.
He said, I'm going to kill you today. Today I'm going to take care of you. That's what she told me, he said. She put the window up and he shot out the window anyways.
Authorities say the suspect drove off following the shooting, his escape route entering Stockton's campus, prompting an hours-long lockdown. Police soon tracked down and arrested Ernest Hines of Port Republic. He's charged with attempted murder.
I never actually watched the Sopranos. He played a thief. I saw on the he was an uncredited thief in season 6. So technically a Sopranos actor, I guess. How does Unlimited L's even come up with this fringe info? Dude, the road rage thing is fucked up. Did I ever tell you guys the story about my sister-in-law getting a gun pulled on her when she was doing like Uber Eats? She was a delivery driver. Did I ever tell you guys a story? She was trying to find the house and she didn't know where it was. She was like having trouble reading the numbers. So she was like driving slowly up the street, trying to like read the numbers. And I guess some guy was behind her and she was getting like flustered because she couldn't find the place. So she pulled into like a parking lot to call and ask and be like, hey, I can't find your place. And so she's in the parking lot, like on her phone. And then the guy like who was behind her is like, like with a gun. And she like rolls down the window and he's like, he's like, what the fuck you doing? Like yelling at her, pointing a gun at her. Isn't that fucking insane? And then, fortunately, he didn't decide to murder her. And then what's crazy is she kept being an Uber driver after that. I was like, I don't know how her husband let her keep going out, man. That's so scary, dude. What is wrong with people? NBA YoungBoy fan attacks a stadium employee. What are these unavailable posts? Oh, is it just more of this guy's tweets? Got it. He got a viral tweet, so he spammed his other ones. Okay, so this old white guy, so the story goes, asked this kid who is 14 years old to move to his proper seat because he wasn't in the proper seat for his ticket. So probably whoever had bought the ticket probably went and said, hey, that guy's sitting in my seat. This old white security guard, or not even security guard, just stadium employee was like, hey, you need to move to your seat. And so the 14-year-old kid starts beating on him while all the other people stand around and film and scream World Star, I guess. 14-year-old arrested and charged after beating and brutalizing elderly employee at NBA Youngboys concert. He was reportedly asked to sit in his correct seats. It's just the same video.
Social media.
Oh wait, there's a news clip. Remember Sam Hyde? This is you. This is your daughter. Well, this is your dad. This is your grandpa.
At the T-Mobile Center is recovering after police say he was dragged into a crowd and beaten. Thank you for joining us at 6. I'm Lauren Magarino.
And I'm Zach Summers. It happened last night at the NBA Young Boy concert. The incident captured by multiple people and is now circulating on social media. KCTV5's Ali Espinosa joins us live outside of the T-Mobile Center.
And Ali, you talked with staff about this. What are they saying?
Well, staff here at the T-Mobile Center say they're disgusted by this incident. It all happened here last night and captured on cell phone video. But we do want to warn you, some of what we're about to show you is disturbing. The T-Mobile Center hosts big names in Kansas City, bringing tens of thousands of people together per event. But what happened Sunday night at the NBA Youngboy concert is now getting the attention of police. This is just one video viewed 60,000 times of an incident, which police say happened just after 9:30. You see that employee pulled into a crowd. We'll pause the video here, but it goes on to show a juvenile punching that man repeatedly. Police tell KCTV5 they detained the juvenile, but it's unclear if he's facing charges at this time. Investigators say both this employee and another victim were taken to a hospital for their injuries. A representative from the T-Mobile Center called the incident horrific and that it does not represent what normally occurs in their arena. A night meant for music and fun, now ending in an ongoing investigation, and an employee recovering from a serious beating. Now, staff here say they work hard to ensure the safety.
Okay. 7 suspects were arrested after nearly 25 people steal $1 million worth of merchandise from a San Ramon jewelry store.
So when they went in, they basically took over the store.
It was a Monday afternoon when San Ramon police say nearly 25 suspects, at least 3 armed with guns, stormed Heller Jewelers at City Center Bishop Ranch.
The crowbars and the pickaxes, and basically taking whatever jewelry was available.
Cell phone video shows the suspects locked inside of the store, at least one firing a shot to break the glass door open. Police tell ABC 7 News this was a security measure put in place after the store was robbed 2 years ago. Now, a security guard must press a button to let people out.
What ended up happening was once the suspects went in, the door locked behind them.
Police credit a 2023 grant for organized retail theft with helping them respond quickly. A newly acquired drone captured the suspects trying to flee. 6 getaway cars were waiting about 100 feet away in the valet area.
It shows all the suspect vehicles as well as all the suspects entering, leaving their cars and entering their.
Officers pursued the suspects until the chase posed a danger to the public. But with help from nearby law enforcement and detailed footage of the suspects' actions, San Ramon police were able to quickly arrest 7 of the nearly 24 involved. All 7 are from Oakland, ranging in age from 17 to 31, and are believed to be connected to similar crimes across the Bay Area.
Like they have multiple pickaxes. Like this whole thing is planned, premeditated, coordinated. I've never in my life seen a group of white people do this. I know there's been like white like bank robbers and some stuff similar, kind of sort of similar, but it's never like 25 of them running in with pickaxes to just like I don't know, just like overwhelm everything. It's crazy.
This is not their first time doing something like this.
So far, police have recovered 2 guns and some jewelry left behind. Many of the getaway vehicles had been reported stolen. Despite the arrest, the group still managed to escape with roughly $1 million worth of goods.
Definitely a well-orchestrated event that requires a lot of investigation on the back end.
Police warn that the group won't stay hidden for long, and when they're caught, it could be the key to solving several crimes in the region.
You think? Arrest made in random West Palm Beach, Florida murder thanks to victim's dash cam. Jared R., 30, parked near Hideaway nightclub. His car was surrounded by men, and one of them killed him. Police have charged William Dunkley. I had to show this tweet because there's like no media coverage of this story with like video. And like the one article I could find, it doesn't show the victim, but that's him. Jared R., 30 years old, killed by this guy, William Dunkley. Victim's dash cam recorded the lead up to a deadly West Palm Beach shooting, linking a Loxahatchee man to the crime through matching shell casings. Conveniently, the victim's car had a dash cam which was recording. Got his ass from heaven. At 3:33 a.m., the victim arrives and parks his vehicle. After he parks, three men approach the vehicle from the north and engage in conversation. One of the suspects opens the driver's door, engages in a struggle before one of the suspects shoots at R as he backs up his vehicle in an attempt to flee. So they're trying to like carjack him, it kind of sounds like. Rob him, carjack him. After the shooting, officers say the victim's vehicle collided with a parked car and the suspects fled the scene. At Hideaway Club, one of the suspects placed his gun into a storage compartment of his motorcycle before fleeing. They got a search warrant. They found the gun and the ammo, and they matched it at the crime lab. So there you go. Could be a drug deal robbery. I mean, yeah, it could be. Who knows? Could be something like that. So they passed a law called Irina's Law. It was about 70% yes, 20% or 17% no, and 14% not voting, roughly. I rounded up to 68, but you see the numbers there. But when you break it down racially, the black assembly people voted 44% no versus the 17% no average, and 20% not voting versus so overwhelmingly, massively disproportionately voting, the blacks voting against passing this law because they are black and because they are just that racially tribalistic that it's like a law. Oh, you want to pass a law? And the law is like, has to do with like not letting these filthy animals out on bail after like their 17th crime. I don't know the exact specifics, but it's basically, it's shit like that. It's like no more cashless bond. Pretty like basic stuff.
Vice President Michael Warwick, I'm with WBTV. Welcome to Race and Country, first of all. Irina's Law was just passed by Republican lawmakers. It's now on Governor Stein's desk. It addresses cashless bail. It would allow magistrates to involuntarily commit people who they believe to be sick. However, opponents of that bill don't think it goes far enough for the mental health side of things. It also opens the door to the death penalty, which I know some opponents are against. Why would you encourage the governor, politics aside, to sign that bill?
Well, because I want to keep violent criminals off the street, and I want Americans to be safer. And this bill does it. Irina's Law does it. Congratulations to the Senate President and House Speaker for getting it over the finish line. The governor's got to sign it. I guarantee if this bill is signed into law, it will help our incredible law enforcement keep the streets safe. And that's ultimately all I really care about. Again, it breaks my heart to think that you have young kids, you know, especially in poor communities, whether they're black or white, who don't feel like they can walk outside. You've got grandmothers who are taking care of grandkids who don't want to sit out on their front porch because they're worried about drive-by shootings. That should break everybody's heart, and the way to solve the problem is to empower these cops to go after the bad guys and to do it with their full skill and their full force. Now, I don't know, have I read every detail of the law? I know some of the things that it does. I know that it ends cashless bail, which would be huge for the people in North Carolina. I know it makes it harder for some of these local magistrates.
So the white vote was so solidly in favor that even this person voted yes. Rep. Allison Ann Dahl, Democrat. Same thing in the OJ case. It was obvious OJ was guilty, but blacks still cheered when he was acquitted. Okay. I have one last thing for you guys here before we call it a day, and it's something a little bit lighter. No more politics. It's a Magic the Gathering old drama. There's so much rich and deep lore in the world of Magic the Gathering. And I like to sometimes watch these videos, you know, videos about like old pro tours where somebody got caught cheating and stuff like that. This video is called The Story of Gazban Ogress. And you can see the thumbnail. It says the most offensive Magic card, which is what caught my attention. I was like, oh, really? Gazban Ogress? Never heard of it. And, you know, I never heard of this channel either. I'd never seen this channel before. So I watched this yesterday. I put this on while I was scheduling my posts, and it's the way people talk about this story is crazy. So I thought,
Standing Whiler who sent $20. Great show, LP.
Thank you, Standing While Pooping. Appreciate the $20. I thought I would show you this, guys, because I thought it was really funny how crazy they act about basically just like normal guy bants.
What was I going to do? This was Mark Rosewater.
Welcome to the Tranquil Domain. Today we're going to talk about one of the most offensive Magic cards ever printed. But it's not on the list of the 7 cards that Wizards has publicly recognized as offensive. It's one that flew under the radar.
Hold on. The 7 cards that are... This is its own like kind of funny thing. So I hate how the... Okay, there we go. So what you have, Cleanse. All black creatures are destroyed. Now, what's weird is that Wizards said we're banning that card because it's offensive. All black creatures are destroyed, which is just very normal, by the way, Magic mechanics. You know what I mean? There's 5 colors. For those of you who don't know Magic, there's 5 different colors of creatures: black, white, green, blue, red. And like everybody understands this is just like a mechanic in the game, destroy the black creatures, which is the black is like kind of associated with like dark magic and evil. But it's like just that sentence, all black creatures in play are destroyed. But what I never understood is why they didn't include my favorite meme card, Mass Calcify, which I think is a step up, to be honest. Destroy all non-white creatures. You guys know this one? Mass Calcify, white 5, destroy all non-white creatures. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. All right, so we got Cleanse, then Imprison. I literally don't know why this one is offensive. I guess the art, but even the art, it's just like a naked like yogi with a is it because the mask is black? Dude, okay, hold on. Why is Imprison MTG offensive? Controversial art. I don't understand imprison or stone throwing devils. Can't help you with imprison. No, nobody understands what's wrong with this card.
Christ and Chase sent $200.
Whoa!
Speaking of black creatures, have a look at what these original factory model ends from Sudan are doing to my home, the once beautiful world's most livable city.
Crime in Victoria has reached an all-time high, driven largely by youth offenders. Senior police have described it as a perfect storm, one saying he hasn't seen anything like it in his 40-year career.
Chronic offending laid bare. As new data reveals almost half of the state's crime is committed by less than 1% of the population.
People are frustrated, like we're frustrated.
We've seen some 77,500 arrests, a record number.
Aggravated burglaries are up by 21%. Youth offenders are responsible for almost half of them. Kids make up 12% of all offenders, but 60% of robberies.
1,100 of these 10 to 17-year-olds, or thereabouts, are charged on 7,000 plus times. The first approach to preventing crime is to deter crime by having a visible police presence.
But here in Broadmeadows, the violent knife fight happened just across the road from the local police station. The physical presence of the law, no deterrent at all. The number of youth offenders refused bail is up by 46%. The fastest growing crime in Victoria, theft from cars. The number one item, number plates. Theft in general is on the rise.
License
Retail
plates?
crime is up. Car theft is up 42%. A record 2 in family violence, with more than 8,000 arrested, more than 16,000 times.
Stock photo of white people.
You can't confidently say,
Stock
though, that
video.
this time next year they'll be down.
There's no quick fix here. This is about long-term work that needs to be done.
Jacqueline Stanley, 7 News.
You can't have nice things with niggas. Why are there Sudanese in Australia to begin with? And what are they doing with the license plates? Literally, you can't have anything. You can't have anything that, even if it's like people say you can't have anything that's nailed down, but like license plates are screwed on, and they take those. Thank you for the massive dono, Tristan Chase. Really appreciate the support. So
Christ and Chase sent $250. No guns or castle doctrine, so this is white dads putting a tribe together. It's something at least. My mate is part of this, so I've been riding with him. If I cross paths with a gaggle of ends, impromptu lynchings may be back in fashion.
Tonight we're going on night patrol with a group of suburban dads who are so fed up with rising rates of crime they've decided to take matters into their own hands.
We shouldn't have to
They've
live
formed
like
their own
this.
security detail, driving around southeast Melbourne in the early hours of the morning in a bid to protect themselves and their families from near-daily home invasions. Sam Butler has this 10 News Plus exclusive.
Victoria's crime rates have soared to their highest level in almost 2 decades.
A lot of it is to do with the notoriety, trying to make themselves out as being special.
Family has been left traumatised after armed intruders broke into their homes.
Armed and looking for a way in. 2 intruders stalk along a family home.
Police say in both cases the cars were stolen. The teens are aged between 14 and 16.
Home invasions are at record levels.
Police rocked up and they said, get out, like get inside, lock your doors, stay safe. There's people out here that are invading people's homes.
It's 3 a.m. on the streets of Malvern in Melbourne's southeast.
People start together and we'll split up in an hour. Do a couple laps together and then split up? Yeah. Sounds good.
We're joining Tim and his mate Ferg on their morning patrol.
With the rate of the invasions going on in this direct area, it simply got to a point where there was so much crime going on that we felt that we wanted or needed to have eyes on the streets.
This is one of the city's most affluent areas, which also makes it a target. Opportunistic crooks, often armed, breaking into homes to steal luxury cars.
it's every week for sure. And it's just getting, I guess what's concerning, it's just getting more and more brazen. Sometimes it's happening in daylight hours as late as 6:30 or 7. And spotlights and CCTV cameras don't deter. There are some people that are really scared to the point where they don't want to be home alone at all.
That fear motivated these men to start surveilling the streets themselves. The group of suburban dads quickly grew to more than 24 volunteers who work in pairs on a rotating roster.
Yeah. We usually start with a nice coffee. That's pretty important part of the shift.
Damn. Thank you for the big dono. Did you want me to how much was left in that?
With ruggable, washable rugs, you can let your true colors in.
I don't have an ad
Just
blocker in
live,
Chrome. I
wash,
only have it
repeat.
in
Tonight we're going on night.
It's kind of long. I only have it in Firefox because see they made uBlock not work in Chrome. Anyway, we'll watch more of this.
Usually start with a nice coffee. That's pretty important.
Thank you for the massive dono. Really appreciate the support.
Part of the shift,
and then we separate. Finish the video.
Most of the time being 2 different cars. As I said, we've just got a list of the streets of the members of the patrol, but we'll generally cover as many streets as we can in the general area. And we'll either just...
Yeah, they don't have guns. What is the plan? They're just going to call the police, basically, if they see something? Is that the plan?
Discreetly and slowly roll through the streets, just looking up and down footpaths and streets and whatnot. Or, as Ferg mentioned, some people like to just park up at an intersection and turn the lights off and turn the car off and just wait to see if they can see anything. We're not trained to do this. We don't really have any specific techniques or tactics, but when we do see any suspicious behaviour, and it does happen, we'll either report it and or do something to deter whoever it is to bugger off.
Their community WhatsApp message group is inundated with terrifying daily clips taken from home security video. It's happening so often, residents are arming themselves. Some have even hired private security to keep watch at night.
Every 4th or 5th house has had the experience of someone trying to get in. And that alone, to have 3 or 4 crooks come up to your front door in the middle of the night when your family's asleep, even though that might seem pretty sort of like a somewhat of a non-event, I think that's what's playing on people's minds. For those people who've had that happen, or they've had their next door neighbour, and sadly that's almost everyone in the area.
It's not a non-event.
What gets reported or what gets noticed is the tip of the iceberg. I would suggest that there's a lot of scenarios where there's invasions or there's people trying to get in and don't get in, and the people at home don't actually ever realise that happened.
For you guys to be getting up in the middle of the night, rolling out.
Does YouTube Premium include the music app? Because I pay $10 for YouTube Music. Are you telling me I could just have no ads too? How much does Premium cost?
You know, you've got families at home, you then go and work a full-time job. Like, that's pretty extreme. What does that say about the state of things, that this is kind of what you feel like you have to do to feel safe?
Yeah. So it's an extra $3 a month to get no ads, and you can download videos. I have to look into that because I already have YouTube Music subscription.
Yeah, we don't want to be doing this. We're probably putting ourselves at danger and getting up at 2:30 in the morning. It's not something we're proud of doing. It's not something we want to be doing, and it's not something that's sustainable. But I guess until something changes, whether there's more police presence or the private security guards are...
The annoying thing about this is everybody knows what's happening, but they can't say it, right? I can just imagine some shitlib watching this and thinking, man, you know, wealth disparity. It's wealth disparity. These poor people are starving in the streets and they have to invade the wealthy neighborhoods to try to get by. And it's like, no, they're just black. They're not starving. They're not starving. But you can't say it. They can't say it. Everybody knows it. You can't say it. Not on the TV. I'm sure they say it plenty when they're not on camera.
You know, more active than they are, or the crime for whatever reason settles down. We just feel that the right thing to do is to have eyes on the street.
Many of the volunteers are victims themselves, including Chris, who's a father of 2 young boys. Just weeks ago, he was woken by 2 would-be intruders trying to force their way into his home.
I ended up yelling out to them, "Oi!" Spooked them. They got back into their car and then fortunately drove off towards High Street here. But then they turned around and then they sped up, would have been 80 k's an hour, really, really fast. And they were driving so fast they actually veered towards me, and that was terrifying because I thought they were going to hit me.
Fortunately, the police were really good the next morning, but they're just fed up having to deal with this every day. You know, they catch these people and then they get released like a day later.
You only have to look at Victoria's crime data to get an idea of what police are up against. The overall rate of crime across the state has soared to its highest level in almost 2 decades. Burglaries jumped by 25% in 12 months. Theft reached a record high of more than 240,000 offences, driven by a 47% increase in stolen cars. The Police Association says the force is overworked and under-resourced, and at a time when youth crime is at an all-time high, the Allen government has been accused of stripping millions of dollars in funding from youth crime prevention programs.
Personally, a bit disappointed with how the state's been handling it. Like, they've got these machete bins outside a police station. How many are you expecting to actually receive? What I'd love to see more is more police. You know,
hey man, we're trying. We put up the machete bin. Okay. They're just not turning in their machetes, though.
All sent $5. Sounds like the NSN has a good opportunity to reach out to these communities.
Yeah. What's his name's in jail right now, though, isn't he? That's what one of the regular chats said. I think he is. They got him for assault at that march there the other week.
Got a police station up the road. It's closed during the night time. But I'd love to see, the magistrates being able to put these people back behind bars where they should be.
These men aren't vigilantes, they're fathers and husbands who go to bed at night fearing for the safety of their families. They know patrolling the streets won't solve Victoria's crime crisis, but in a situation where so many people feel powerless, it helps to give them peace of mind.
You only do a few hours at a time. It doesn't sound like much, but the days are actually really hard, really long going to work after that.
But they say they'll keep getting up before the crack of dawn until efforts to drive down crime start working.
We hope something does change because it's not sustainable for anyone for us to be doing this. But in the meantime, with how much crime's going down at night time, we're
coming soon to a community near you everywhere in the Western world. Thank you, Tristan Chase, for the massive donos. And nobody seems to know what is wrong with this imprison card, other than the art, presumably. Okay. Then you got Proddish Gypsies, which is literally just gypsies. And that's offensive. You can't say gypsy. Then you have everyone's favorite, Invoke Prejudice, which there's an awesome edit of this where you just cross out certain letters and then it says, like, if opponent does not match the color of you, that cunt pays the cost. Oh, I love that edit so much. Jihad and Crusade are both offensive. Crusade is just all white creatures get +1/+1 with a picture of Crusaders. And then this one's hilarious. Stone throwing devils. 1 black, 1/1. Summon devils, first strike. Sometimes those with the most sin cast the first stones. Stone throwing devils. Now, why is that offensive? Anybody got to guess why stone throwing devils is considered offensive? Yes, they are basically Palestinians. Basically, we printed this card and we didn't know that it's basically Palestinians throwing rocks at Jews. So we're sorry, that's offensive and that's banned. All right. So anyway, though, there's a card not on this list, which we're going to talk about today, called Gazban Ogress.
That Wizards is publicly recognized as offensive.
It's one that flew under the radar somehow.
It started as an inside joke around the pro Magic circuit. It was classic 90s bullying, a nickname given to a real person. Teenagers making fun of other teenagers. A girl dated a Magic player, and then a different Magic player. So they called her Gaz, after Gazban Ogre, the only creature that changed controllers.
All right, so there was a girl dated a pro Magic player, and then she started dating a different pro Magic player. And so they started calling her Gaz, and this card says, during its current controller's upkeep, the player with the highest life total takes control, right? So whoever has the most life, the most vitality, takes control of Gaz. So that was like a nickname they gave her, right? That's the joke.
The only creature that changed controllers.
But this isn't the card that's offensive. It's a different card. It's because they immortalized the joke intentionally in a card. And wait until you hear how current modern day Reddit Magic players react to this information.
Excusing anyone who participated, but it's fair to assume that most of these people are adults who would make better decisions now.
But Wizards printed the joke onto a card.
Printing a sexist in-joke into the game for eternity.
That card is Gazban Ogress.
That's Kathy Nickoloff, but...
Now, this card's been publicly discussed a few times since then.
But never by Wizards. Cedric and Pat at the Resleevables talked about it a bit.
So just a little bit of context. This is from Unglued, which is a goofball Magic set that's never tournament legal. It says, when Gazban Ogress comes into play, the player who has won the most games that day gains control of it. If more than one player has won the same number of games, you retain control of Gazban Ogress. So it's just a goofy joke card from a goofy joke set that was basically based on this girl who dated two Magic players.
Gazban Ogress is a misogynistic in-joke about a female player dating multiple pros. And this is one of my least favorite things that I have found in my research of doing this show ever.
It's disgusting. And when people will try to hand wave the history of misogyny in the game or in the community or whatever, it's like, not only was this a joke, this went to print.
Yeah.
People thought this was a funny enough wink and do you know what this is all about? That they printed it in a set that they sold in stores.
Yeah.
Grotesque.
Yeah. It's awful. Absolutely.
So Cedric, who no doubt has made some sexist jokes at some point in his life, it's almost like he's trying not to laugh at how over the top this like performative disgust is that they're displaying. This is awful. Totally unacceptable. I can't believe this was allowed to happen. We need to face our history. It's like, you know, the way people are like, Americans need to grapple with their history as a slave country. It's on that level. It's on that level of, I can't believe this was allowed to happen. It's like, dude, it's a joke. It's a joke, bro.
Awful.
An embarrassment. A stain on the game.
And also the card has come up in some discussions in our interviews.
Rosewater is completely 100% responsible for Unglued. Just inserts a joke about one of the very few women in the community for the grave offense of dating, you know, having had relationships with multiple Magic pros. The same thing that people make fun of Taylor Swift for now. Like, completely not scandalous. And just lampoon her on a card.
Completely not scandalous, and yet people make fun of Taylor Swift for it now. So it's almost like it's just a thing people are going to notice if you date a lot of guys or whatever. there was very few women in the community back then. That's there still is to this day, but back then it was like they were like 1 in a million. Yeah, I know Cedric. He's one of the commentators, dude. He does the color commentary on the Pro Tour and shit like that. He's pretty well known. Mark Rosewater, for those of you who don't know, is the head designer of the game, and he's been doing this job basically forever, basically from the start. Magic was created by a guy named Richard Garfield, but Mark Rosewater took over like immediately and has been there the entire time designing the game. So he's the one, Mark Rosewater, who had this card in the set.
Tranquil Domain, we haven't made a lot of content about our own opinions.
We generally have stuck to letting the players tell the stories themselves, and this video is no exception. And we could take this opportunity to explain all the obvious ways in which this card is a problem and should never have seen print.
We could say that this card sent a strong anti-woman message in a game that was struggling to retain women and elevate them to the pro level.
He-Men Woman Haters Club.
We could say that it's a sexist double standard to shame a woman for dating multiple people in a world that lionizes men for doing the same.
We could say that reducing someone's love life to a punchline and then immortalizing the joke for eternity is way beyond the level of bullying that Magic has worked for decades to erase from its culture.
We could point out that
it's way above what Magic has worked for decades to erase from their culture. This card came out in 1998. Magic started in 1993 with the alpha release that nobody played. It wasn't until 95, I think, or 94. I think it was 94 actually that Revised came out, which was the 4th set and where it started to go like actually mainstream. But so this came out, this offensive card, 5 years after they first started printing cards, and that would be 27 years ago. It was 27 years ago that this happened. But they're like, oh, they're destroying their legacy. Like, what do you mean? This was before the legacy even started.
Wizards has had a chance to acknowledge this card and apologize for it when they came out with a list of other.
I used to own a whole bunch of the Illuminati cards, but I eventually got sick of dragging them around.
Offensive cards they want the world to forget about.
We could show the original sketches for the artwork and point out how they clearly used a real-life person as a reference, and then for some reason resketched it to make the ogress uglier.
We could just point out that it isn't a woman watching a game and hoping to leave with the winner. It's actually 2 men playing for the ultimate prize of her attention. The implication that she is keeping score actually doesn't exist until Mark covers Unglued in one of his articles.
We could point out how turning a woman into an ogre is dehumanizing and
it reminds me of Anita Sarkeesian. This is like we're all of a sudden, sometimes you just wake up and you're back in 2016 or 2015, and Anita Sarkeesian is saying everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to point it all out. Oh no, a card where 2 guys are competing for a woman? Perish the thought. By the way, if you had a card where 2 women were competing for a guy, that would also be sexist against women somehow. Like it would be like 2 women are having a baking contest or a beauty contest, and the guy's going to go with the winner. That's also sexist against women. Everything is sexist, and you have to point it all out.
Defeminizing.
And that every other artwork in Magic that depicts a real person carries a human creature type.
Okay. Right, so they made her an ogre and all the other ones are human. So this is funny. So in Magic, there's a special tournament called the Invitational, which you only like the best of the best qualify for, right? And if you win the Invitational, part of the prize is that you get to design a Magic card, and then they put you, they base the artwork for the card on you. And so they said they're all humans, but hold on. What's that fairy? There's a fairy, though. That's not a human. What's that? The new one, which definitely, this video just came out. What's that fairy with Flash? Fairy Mastermind, Fairy Rogue. This is an Asian dude's card. So they're just lying. They're straight up lying. They said all of the other cards based off of people are humans, and that's not even true. Anyway, to get immortalized in a card, you have to win this very hard tournament. And guess how many women have done that? I'll give you a hint. It's India's most famous invention. Do you know how many women have been immortalized in Magic cards through merit? The answer is India's most famous invention.
But honestly, it isn't our place to do any of that. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is how the actual person that was bullied was affected and how they felt about the card when it was printed and how they feel about it now.
The story and the card belong to Kathy.
People like to disparage Kathy and make fun of her and call her the Gaussbond Ogress. She's a fucking badass.
I'm Catherine Nikolov. People used to call me Kathy when I was younger. I studied nuclear astrophysics in grad school, and I recently started playing Magic again after a 20-year break. Well, this time I decided not to indulge my competitive side, though I mostly play casual Commander. I still caretake the classicdojo.org website and have done so for the past 23 years. I created that site based on an archive that Frank Kusamoto sent me of his original dojo. So that's a good historical site to look at if you want to look at what Magic was like in the old days. I created in 2000 the spiritual successor to the Magic Dojo, which was Meridian Magic. And it was so popular that the connection logs actually had people from Renton, like WotC headquarters, connecting to it every day. It must have been like their start page on their browser. They had a qualifier for Pro Tour Dallas in 1996 in Texas, and it was a 4-slot qualifier held the weekend before the Pro Tour. So like if you won this qualifier, you were going to have 1 week to play test a deck for the Pro Tour. And of course, the qualifiers were different formats than the Pro Tours. That qualifier for Pro Tour Dallas 96, I wound up winning. It was an absolutely massive qualifier because it had 4 slots and took place at the last minute. There were at least 7 rounds of Swiss, probably 8, and then 3 of the finals, the top 8 cut to 3 more rounds. And that was when I had one of my proudest achievements in Magic, which was I qualified for a Pro Tour, which was on my bucket list.
Impressive.
And the
in all
women
fairness.
who were there started coming out of what seemingly
not easy to do to win a qualifier.
The woodwork. All the girlfriends of all the guys who were playing there started coming up to me after I won to shake my hand or give me a hug and to say, oh, wow, if you can do it, I can do it. And so being a visible presence for other women who hope to enter the tournament scene was one of my proudest achievements in Magic. And I also won Florida Regionals in 1997, which was, again, a 7 or 8 round within 3 rounds of finals. And that qualified me for U.S. Nationals in 97. But the way I won regionals was with 5-color green.
Yeah.
An entirely
Wizards of the Coast, which is the company, they made an offensive card of her. We're going to get to that once she finishes with her resume here.
New concept of a deck that had never been done before. Originated mostly,
yeah, woman's never
with
won
Matt
the Pro
Place,
Tour.
And I worked on it as a
In almost
co-creator
30
along
years
with
of
Dan
Pro
Burdick and
Tours.
Nate Clark. And wound up being actually featured in an article written by Beth Morrison for The Duelist. And it was a brilliant deck. I'm very proud to have worked on that.
Have women even top 8'd? How many women have made top 8 in Magic Pro Tours? The problem is there's some troons. Oh yeah, Melissa Del Toro. I remember her. So at least one. Michelle Bush. First one, this isn't a pro tour though. This is just major tournament. Melissa Del Tura made top 8 at Pro Tour Gate Crash in 2013. Autumn Burchett is a troon. Anyway. One. There's at least one.
I just wanted to be one of the guys at the time. That was the biggest compliment you could get, is if you were one of the guys. And man, when people say guys don't gossip, boy, are they lying. So the attention was mixed.
That's an interesting little line. When people say boys don't gossip, they're lying. That implies that there's more to the story than just she dated 2 guys. You know what I mean? Because there's not really a lot of gossip fodder on she dated 2 guys, but so that little throwaway line implies that there's actually more to the story.
But you were always being watched. I could not go anywhere without being watched. If I went to lunch with a friend, there would be a rumor the next day that I was seen with so-and-so and was I dating him? Even if I wasn't. Even if it was nothing more than a lunch where we were talking about decks or cards or draft strategy or whatever. So that's what it was like to be at a pro tour, is you would meet people who would white knight you and be like, sure, I'll loan you cards or I'll teach you how to play or whatever. And you'd meet people who had been jilted by girls and were angry at all women and would take it out on you. Just doing content.
I've never heard white knight used in an unironically positive sense like that before, but I guess it's fair.
Creation, website creation, deck construction, theory crafting, playing, tournament organization, all of it. And that's why people knew about me, I think, was just because I was everywhere. And I looked cute in a sundress. Mark pulled me aside at an event prior to the printing of the card. And it was just kind of this awkward-ish conversation where he's like, oh, by the way, we're printing this card in unglued. I don't remember how he described the card. He may have described it in full. I remember just my impression at the time was kind of one of shock and just this kind of inner silence. And I just kind of nodded and went, okay. What was I going to do? This was Mark Rosewater. Mark Rosewater wielded enormous power over the game and continues to do so.
It's so funny, the parallels between this and like every Me Too story you've ever heard. It's like you're a Magic player. Yeah, she was very pretty. You can see why the nerds playing Magic would have paid a lot of attention to her, right? Would have been interested in who she was dating and all that kind of stuff. She's very pretty. Every Me Too story is like, every Harvey Weinstein story is like, I was offered this cool chance, this opportunity to do something and be famous and that, and I took it. And now 20 years later, I'm upset that it happened. I never said I was upset at the time, but now 20 years later I am. Now that, I was just a kid. I was only 19. And she's doing the same thing that they do where it's like, he was so powerful. How could I say no to him? He worked at a gaming company, like designing a card game. Did it occur to you to maybe just say no? She's like, he pulled me aside and told me he was doing this. And I'm like, well, what can I do? He's Mark Rosewater. He's so powerful. He's the Harvey Weinstein of Magic the Gathering. You know what I mean? What could I do?
Just, a small time wannabe pro player. So at that moment, this is going to sound melodramatic, but it just kind of broke me a little because I had thought Mark was a friend. I thought he had, he was trying to be humorous, but he had the best interests of the players at heart. And now I'd been handed this tiger by the tail. and I had to either ride it or get eaten by it. That was what Mark gave to me. And so I decided, okay, I have to ride.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Jason. To say he was a legend in 1998 is also a bit of a stretch. The game had existed for 5 years at that point.
This tiger. I have to lean into the joke and attempt to reclaim it. You know, there's kind of an art to reclaiming a slur, and it's by not fighting. It's by owning it. If you fight, you give your bullies fuel. You give them power over you.
He wasn't even
don't...
the head designer until 2003, which was 5 years later. So he didn't have that much power. He's just a guy working there. Join WotC. Hold on. 1995, and he became a designer in 1996. So he had been a designer at the company for 2 years when this happened. But she says he was a legend. He's a legend now because it's 30 years later.
Don't fight, they get bored and they move on. So I didn't fight. I just kind of nodded. And people brought them to me to sign, and I did so. But in the background, I was quietly collecting them, trying to reduce the number of them in the world. And I think I still have 2 binder pages of them still. You know, Brian Kibler posted about it on Twitter, and that was brought to my attention. I can't remember by who. But that's how it came up on my radar again after all those years of silence. But his Twitter post got linked over on Reddit, and there were people there who were debating about the card. Like, is this card that bad? And saying, oh, I never knew this card actually meant that. That's kind of gross. And is this card targeted at an individual, or is it just targeted at this kind of woman who hangs around your local game shop and is a thirst trap for the guys? And that was the moment I just kind of went, the hell with it. I got to own this. I need to correct the record. So, like, people were being wrong on the internet, and I needed to correct the record.
So nobody knew who she was. This guy, Brian, what's his name? Gibbler, whatever. Kibler. He's like, oh, this card is about a girl who dated 2 players. Is an in-joke. And then on Reddit, nobody knows who they're talking. They don't even know if it is really a person. And she sees this and she's like, I need to get in there and tell everybody it's me. This horrible bullying thing that like scarred her or whatever. Nobody even knows who she is anymore. And that like triggers her. So she has to be, no, it's me. It's all about me. I'm the ogress. I'm the ogress.
About this. History was being forgotten. And a lot of people were giving WotC the benefit of the doubt about what they and Mark Rosewater had really intended when they printed this card. And I admit, I still felt just a little bit angry and a little bit hurt by the whole thing, because this was like an elephant in the room, and nobody had ever apologized to me. So I outed myself in that Reddit thread as the inspiration for the card, and that was when I went, yeah,
and
I was the inspiration
you know.
for Gazban Ogress, and here's how it went down. That was when I began to, I guess, change my view of what the card meant to me. Well, I'm no longer hurt by it or even shamed by it, you know? When it first came out, I signed these ogresses because I didn't feel like I could say no to people. You know, it was that whole don't give your bullies fuel.
Yeah, it must have been brutal, dude. If there's one thing women hate, it's when you treat them like a mini celebrity and you ask for their autograph. God, can't believe she had to go through that. People asking for your autograph. You poor thing. It must have been hell. It must have been hell for a young woman to be recognized as a girl who was immortalized in a magic card, and for people to think that was cool enough that they wanted her to sign the card. Let me be the first from the male species to say, I'm sorry. Men are awful.
But now I sign them because I want to. Not many people can say, hey, I have my own magic card, no matter how it came to exist.
Yeah, even less women can say that, in all fairness. And it's, actually, so now it's 20 years later. She's got her story out about, actually, this was horrible. I was basically mind raped by Mark Rosewater. But it also occurred to me after 20 years that it's actually cool to be in a magic card. So just to be clear, that never occurred to you when it first happened. So when Mark Rosewater came to you before the printing and said, hey, we're making this card, there was no part of you that was like, oh, cool, I'm going to be in a magic card. Babe, it's 2:00. The Copers are starting to chat. Your legendary wife status it's being called into question. Okay, do better. We're so done here now anyway. Chicken burger looks good.
So Mark Rosewater accidentally did me an honor with that, even if his intention was to make me into a joke or a meme. So I can hold my head high and I can say, I'm Kathy Nikoloff. I am the Gazban Ogress.
Is it at all possible that Mark Rosewater thought it wasn't a big deal and it was like friendly bants that he was doing with you, and that's why he told you, and he thought you would think it was cool? And now you've completely rewritten history because we live in a time when people act absolutely insane. Look at the pinned comment from Tolarian Community College. This is like a mega soy, massive magic YouTuber. I don't know if you guys know this guy. Probably you don't.
Right? Boom. Big value. And I think it's the best set of the year. And is first of all.
Anyway, this is him. This is the guy.
It just should have been Commander Dex.
That's him. And he says, powerful and important video. I am so sorry that Kathy went through this. It breaks my heart to hear, but it is nonetheless important that we do here. I said, I don't know if this is the kind of channel that will allow differing opinions, but you all take jokes way too seriously, like pathological performative disgust. Kathy herself has come to feel honored by the card, says she enjoys signing them, yet somehow still wants Rosewater to be the bad guy, even though he did her the courtesy of checking with her before printing. Lots of people with a sense of humor would enjoy the attention. The joke itself is extremely timid. I think I meant to say tepid. And the geeky kind of joke that has more to do with mechanics of Gazban Ogre than misogyny. Cool video, though. I didn't know any of this, and Kathy seems cool overall. So the creator instantly replies and he says he did not check with her before printing. And I went back and checked her own words, and she said, Mark pulled me aside prior to printing. Seems pretty black and white. She had a chance to protest and chose not to. And even by her own admission, she couldn't remember exactly what he said. And this guy's like, you are incorrectly interpreting the words and the scenario. This was a statement, not a question. So I think what he means is there was a statement of, we are making this card. And I wasn't going to go back and forth with this guy, so I stopped responding there. But look at these other replies. You recognize how this same logic can be used to say she said yes after I showed her my physical force, so it wasn't rape? Think about this. She said yes after I showed her my physical force, so it wasn't rape, right? You recognize unspoken energy is real, and direct words are not the only thing. Mark Rosewater had all of Wizards behind him, a multi-millionaire company. If she didn't like it, what could she do? He came to her saying, we are going to print this, not asking if it was okay. Please, I'm begging you to try to see this objectively and how fucked up this whole situation is. Don't deny the feelings and pain of Kathy. I mean, I would take them a lot more seriously if she brought it up at the time, not 20 years later. And this guy says, did you think she had the power to go against Wizards of the Coast back then? Now, there's a kind of an important lesson about shit-lib psychology here. If you're ever wondering why somebody would murder Charlie Kirk, it's because in their heads, these people are insane. Mark Rosewater, I'm sure, is a very nice and probably meek guy who probably thought he was being nice and friendly the whole way through this and had no reason to think otherwise because she didn't say anything. But this whole thing of, did you think she had the power to go against Wizards of the Coast? This like in their mind, Mark Rosewater's like, Kathy, office. You know, she comes into his office. He's like sitting behind a massive desk. There's like porn playing on his computer behind him. He's like, listen, Foyd, we're printing a card and the card's going to be a joke. And the joke is basically that you're a stupid slut. And she's like, oh, okay, can I go now? Something tells me it didn't play out exactly that way. And also, the only reason you can say these delusional things like, did you think she had the power to go against Wizards of the Coast back then, is because she never said, I don't know, Mark, I'm kind of uncomfortable. I'd rather you didn't. In their minds, if she had said that, if she had said, I don't know, Mark, I'm kind of uncomfortable. I'd rather not be in this magic card. Mark, I'd rather you not immortalize me in a magic card as the only woman to ever get put in a magic card ever. And people are going to end up treating me like a celebrity and asking for my autograph. I'd rather you didn't do that. In their minds, if she had said that, Mark Rosewater, who again, I'm sure is like a very nice guy, he was going to be like, and what the fuck are you going to do about it, bitch? I'm Mark Rosewater. I'm with Wizards of the Coast. I have a team of lawyers. What the fuck are you going to do? You think you can stop this? I'd like to see you try. And then he like unzips his pants. He's like, if you have a problem, why don't you take it up with the ambush viper? Pulls out his massive hog. If you have a problem, Kathy, why don't you take it up with the stone coil serpent? Pulls out his massive hog. In front of her, just pulls out his dick. This is what they think would have happened if she said, I'd rather you didn't. It's so insane, man. It's detached from reality. Take it up with the mystic serpent, or what is it, mystic snake? Here's a guy who won the Invitational, got to design a card, and they came to him to talk to him about the flavor text on the card. This is Bob Maher.
But no, I think they did a great job with the art. They did a great job front to back dealing with that whole process as far as I was concerned. I was very happy with it. Randy Bueller did check with me later. He was a little worried about the flavor text because it's I mean, it's not just about the card. It means greatness at any cost because I have a suspension on my record from the DCI. It was kind of a play there between it being me on the card and what the card does. And he.
So this guy had gotten a 6-month suspension because he had made fake events to like raise his rating to qualify for tournaments. And then he did this with like a few other people. They were kind of all in on it. It was like a scheme they were running out of their store. They had like a store that could run sanctioned events. And so they made fake events to increase their ranking. And people started to get wind of it. And so this guy, Bob Maher, he went and blew the whistle because they had a whistleblowing policy that you would get punished less harshly if you confessed to a cheating of any kind. And so he was suspended for 6 months and everybody else got 5 years that was involved. And it's basically because it was like the prisoner's dilemma. He was scared that he was going to get thrown under the bus, so he threw everybody else under the bus. Comes back after his 6-month suspension, wins the invitational, gets to design a card. And on the flavor text, they decide to make the flavor text say greatness at any cost, which is like an inside joke about how this guy was suspended for cheating.
Kind of, he's like, so what did you think about the flavor text? I think it's hilarious. Like, if you can't laugh at yourself, I mean, then what's the point, really?
The two genders. Did I just lose my YouTube stream? Or is that just like an inside joke? Okay, seems to be okay. Almost exact same scenario. They come to him before it's printed, say, hey, are you okay with this? And by the way, the idea that Mark wasn't checking with Kathy if she was okay with it, like the idea that that's not the reason he talked to her, is again, you have to be so invested in being a victim that you have to just like ignore the way people act in real life. You know what I mean? But so the same thing with this guy. They're like, hey, are you okay? We're making fun of you for being a cheater. And he's like, yeah, that's hilarious. I can laugh at myself. That's dudes. Women don't say anything. And then 20 years later, they say, I was mind raped. And then in the comments of that video, there's a bunch of people saying that Mark Rosewater should be fired from his job. This happened 28 years ago or whatever it was. This happened almost 30 years ago. And people are like, I can't believe they haven't fired him. We need to get him fired. Disgusting. And they're all like, wow, this woman's so amazing. She's so strong. Kathy is such a badass. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Maybe it's less funny if you're not a Magic player like me, but that's the show for today. Thanks for watching, everybody. Big thank you to Tristan Chase for the massive donos. And thank you to everybody else who sent in the donos. Wandering Neanderthal, as always, a big supporter. Really appreciate it, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow with the Friday media show. Enjoy. Oh, and I'm doing my finale stream tonight of that game, the casting of Frank Stone. It should be gory and action-packed because we're at the end of the horror game. All right, you guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch you on the flip side. Peace out.
I was born in a prison with no hope for escape. I got used to the silence as I stuck in my cage. You cannot miss what you have never seen before. But deep inside you know there must be more. You cannot miss what you have never seen before, but deep inside you know there must be more. But I could not follow. It was a language I didn't know. I've seen a lie, and it used to blind me. Was it real, or just a dream? No, you cannot miss what you have never seen before. Deep inside you